Dad Jake on the block, spraying grind lines, pressure washing king, cleaning like it's prime time. Luca and Maya in tow, watching with wide eyes. Concrete cleaning, never seen a disguise. Wake up early, hear the machine hum. Daddy's on a mission, dirty must overcome. Luca grabs the one, Maya giggles with foam. Family grind, turn the street into a home. Jake the pressure wash boss, make that grind disappear. Kids in the car cheering loud, no fear. Each surface he touches, fresh like new gear. Dad's hustle game strong, crystal clear. Rubber boots on, all ready for the fight. Kids in the backseat, future shining bright. From driveway to sidewalk, squirting beans straight. Daddy's power surge, cleaning life's slate. All day scrubbing suds, making bubbles pop. Luca and Maya proud, never wanting him to stop. Family unit strong, always hitting the top. Pressure washing world, that's the king of the crop.
Welcome. What's going on? How good is that?
Wake up early, hear the machine hum. Daddy's on a mission, dirty must overcome. Luca grabs the one, Maya giggles with foam. Family grind, turn the street into a home.
Luca made that for me. My boy made that for me. He typed in a load of prompts onto some AI music generator, and it came out with that. I thought that was so funny. I said, "Oh, that'll have to be my new my theme tune for when the stream starts up." What are these songs, man? Instrumental, that's better. How's everyone doing? Squeegee Dave, Matt, Michael, Dauntless, Barkley, Skillsy. That'll be a new alarm, yeah, maybe. Everyone happy? Sorry I'm a bit late. What's going on? I started the stream and then it come up with some like there was no chat and then it said the stream's been scheduled for some reason. I don't know what happened there. There's 10 people waiting on another video somewhere, waiting for me to pop up, but I don't know. Just don't make it your ringtone. Thought you lost your fingers? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Evening, Liam. You alright, mate? Have you seen the photos up on Discord regarding the biocide results so far? No. Should we have a look? Should we have a look together? Wagwan. Where did you put them? In the photos section. I've been back to the patio I washed and biocided a month ago. Any thoughts on these rusty looking marks? I can see what you mean. That could just be that you'd probably find those were kind of green before and now they've turned brown and they just need more weathering to sort of fully go away. So yeah, that the biocide turns everything orange and brown. So I'd probably give that some more time. I know the customer's not going to want to hear that, but I'd give that some more time and you might find that it clears up by itself. Evening, David. We've got Ryan joining us tonight from Kirbside Cleaning. I think he's here already. Let's stop this music. Is he here? Hello? Hello? Testing.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me, my son?
Loud and clear. How are you? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. How are you?
God, that was delayed.
Do that on. I've got major delay. Hang on.
That's not good.
Yeah. Voice activity. Input device.
Bonjour. Uncleanables podcast is in the house. He's here. What's the best place to get an XJet? Tom from Ireland. Have you got that NI cleans in your area? Cleaning. This place, do these do XJets? These guys, there you go. Oh, they've got their own chemical applicator for 130 quid. That looks suspiciously like the one I've just received.
Right.
There you go. Welcome, Andy. You all right, mate? Dave, how's it going? Can you hear me, Ryan? Or are you still having tech issues?
Oh, I'm not sure why I've got such bad delay. I can hear you. I can hear you fine.
Are you is your audio coming through the live stream or is it coming through Discord?
Oh, now there's no, my computer's muted. No, that's not right. Let me turn that. Right, it's coming through Discord.
Test.
But no, I've got no sound. Is that right?
Do you want me to give you a couple of minutes to get it sorted and you can pop back in a bit maybe? How do I get in the Discord chat? Are you a circle member or above? Because if you are, it should be in your YouTube perks section. Tom, did that answer your question, mate? Yeah, that one looked fine to me. Honestly, it looks... I'm glad you've shown me that because, well, I'm glad we found that because it looks... Yeah, that's good for my research, that is.
Oh, I've got no sound at all now. Let's try that again. Oh.
Hello? Test?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. And I don't think I'm getting any delay now.
Oh, nice. What was it? Your headphones?
Yeah, I think so. They're wireless. I don't know. I can't find my other ones. Bear with me. I know where they are. Stay there.
No worries. Carry on. Welcome. Urban Detail. Welcome. David. Welcome. I forgot what the blue badge is. Is the blue badge support member? Or no, I think the blue one is boosted member, I believe. There's a new podcast starting up about cleaning. That'll be interesting. Who's doing that, Dauntless? Chris Addis. Is he on Spotify? Chris Addis. I don't see it. YouTube.
All right.
Hello, matey.
Right.
Here he is. This guy.
All right. How's that?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me all right?
No.
Damn it.
Maybe that one needs to go into...
I've got about 200 litres of waste biocide and about 25 barrels of empty hypo containers. Where on earth can I dispose?
There we go.
Hello, mate.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Wicked.
Got these special headphones.
Ooh. Premium ones.
No, they're my PlayStation ones.
What do you play on PlayStation?
At the moment, I'm playing Borderlands 3. I try. I don't get a lot of time to play it, so I get the free whatever games I can download for free.
Yeah.
And then I get bored really easy, so I'll try and do like a couple of the trophies, so it gives me something to play towards, and then move on to the next one.
But
I'll get some of the newer ones when they come out. Some of them.
I've been trying to play Fallout 76 with my son. So while he's at his mum's house,
yeah,
I'm gonna try and get at least 1 night a week, and we'll play that together. And you can do like base building and exploring and stuff. It's really cool. Really cool.
Yeah, I downloaded Fallout. Might be Fallout 3 or Fallout 2. I didn't really get on with it, but I don't really play anything online. I like the single players.
Fallout 3 is the one that got me involved in the Fallout universe, and I spent so many hours on that game. It's crazy.
Have you been watching the series on Amazon?
Yeah. Is there a new? I've watched it up until the point where I could. That was a while ago.
I only watched the first couple of episodes.
Right.
It's like you start something and then something else comes out, and then before you know it, you've forgotten about it. So I really need to go start it again.
Yeah.
I thought it was very good. It got me to play the game.
I enjoyed it. That's what made me pick it up.
Yeah, it is a good one. That's better.
How's the last couple of weeks been? You happy? You been all right?
So we went VAT registered on the 1st of September, so 9 days in now. Leading up to then was very, very busy. But I think what I was doing is I was pushing people to book in before 1st of September, otherwise I'd have to charge them VAT.
Yeah.
And it all culminated into a big roof job and patio repoint I'd done on the 2nd and 3rd of September. And then I finished off the rest of that week. And then this week I got 3 days with no work.
Really?
Yeah, 1 day next week, no work. I mean, I'm still earning okay. Business isn't going anywhere, but I'm just not as busy as I was. But I was talking to Alistair for Dunce Power Cleaning, because he's going to come on our podcast in a few weeks' time. And he's a young lad. I think he's about 21 or 22. He's gone from just himself in a van to 3 vans in about 18 months.
That's crazy.
He does a lot of Google marketing. And I was talking to him about, what he does and see if I could pick up any tips. And I realised I'm not actually doing any marketing at the moment. So I've downgraded my Checker Trade account for the time being because I was getting a lot of leads, but I was just finding they didn't have the intent to buy as much. There was a lot of shopping around going on.
You were a huge advocate of Checker Trade on the last couple of streams.
I still am, but the trouble I've had is I'm slightly more expensive than other people, and now I'm charging VAT on top.
Yeah.
So for someone starting out, I think Checker Trade's a huge tool. I mean, I was closing work left, right, and centre when I wasn't charging quite as much.
You were putting quite a lot of money into it, weren't you? Every month.
Yeah, about 300 quid a month. And Dan still pays. I think he still pays two or 250 a month, and he does very well out of it. He does the handyman services as well, and it works very well for him. Everyone that I've spoken to that's put in a good amount of effort to it has done well out of it. The trouble I had is I dropped the ball a little bit. It was my fault. I stopped getting the reviews as regularly, which is a huge part of Checker Trade inquiries. And then the time of year changes, and I think the best way to do Checker Trade is to go heavy, sort of March, maybe February time, through till August, and then drop down your package for the winter.
Can you not just adjust the services to reflect what you're offering over the winter?
So they stay on. The services stay on all the time. There's no restrictions to the amount of services that you can offer on Checker Trade. If you're paying for cleaning services, which is the umbrella, you can then select. There's about 40 different things underneath cleaning services that you can either have turned on or turned off.
I would have thought you'd flip those two. I'd have thought you'd potentially advertise less in the winter. Less in the summer, and then boost it up in the winter for when it's like the quiet period.
I see the reasoning behind you saying that, but I look at marketing from the other perspective. So I'm looking at getting as much work in as possible during those busy months, knowing that those quieter months are going to be quieter.
Yeah,
it's not that there's more people working. There's less people working. There's people that shut down over winter.
Yeah.
So there is just a slightly lower amount of inquiries that are available to close.
Sorry, give me a second, mate. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it's working. Sorry. I was having some issues with the live stream before we started.
Oh, right. Yeah, so I think it's just the fact that there's slightly less jobs available, and a lot of the smaller companies that struggle over the winter, they do the opposite and they drop their price to get work in because it's all or nothing for them.
Yeah.
So they'll go and do a conservatory for 60 quid. Whereas
just to keep the money coming in.
Even if I had no work, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Because once you've done it, I think
they expect it regularly then.
Yeah. And the person you drop the price for is going to be the one that complains. It always happens. Whenever I've done like a little freebie on top, there's been an issue with it. Or, I'd done a driveway the other day, and the next door neighbour, who's a friend of my family's, says it's a slightly different situation. But he'd had a new driveway laid. I didn't realise that there was a gap under the fence. Oof. There's a new fence. So I've blown some. It's a brand new driveway. There's no muck, but dirty water.
Yeah.
I've rinsed it down. I've knocked on his door and I've said, "Look, I'll clean it up." Rinsed it all down. And then there was like a little bit of moss down the edge of the fencing on top of a soakaway eco drain. And he's called me up. He's like, "Can you come back and do it?" I was like, "It's a 30-second sweep job, mate."
Yeah. Just pan and brush.
Obviously, I went back and done it. But
yeah.
It's always the ones where you're doing something for free that want you to come back.
That exact thing happened today. We're doing a big tarmac restoration. Did their gutters. And they said, we'd like the side path doing as well. They said after I'd already quoted for the work, could you include the side path? And I said, yeah, if you're going to have the driveway and the gutters done, we'll do the side path for free. Because it does stretch the length of the house, but it's not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. And I think we'd missed the last... There's a path and then 2 steps that go down, and we'd missed the steps. I think our hose might not have been long enough. We could have put the extension on, but I think we put some hypo down, but just missed the last 2 steps.
Yeah.
And he said, after the job was done, he said, "Oh, the drive looks brand new. It looks amazing. You did miss those 2 steps on the side, though." It's like, oh god, it was a free job. We didn't charge you for it. Like,
it always happens.
It's fair enough, but we didn't charge you for it in the first place.
Now, question for you, Jake. You've been doing some very big jobs recently. You've got to be at the VAT registration mark.
Well, you have to get to the point where you've... It was the beginning of the new year in April, and so...
It's not the financial year. It's a rolling 12 months VAT registration.
I didn't know that. Okay.
So check that out, because I know what I would charge for the work that I've seen in pictures, and I think you've got to be very close. You've got to be.
You might be right. I mean,
if not gone over.
I know what I earned year 1.
Yeah.
It increased in year 2.
Yeah.
And this is like halfway through year 3. Well, full time, I suppose. This is
roughly the same amount of time as me, aren't you? I'll be your 4th year in March, in May next year.
I thought it was financial year, so yeah, I'll look into that.
No, yeah, that is rolling 12 months.
Right.
So any so your total income for the previous 12 months from today's date. Yeah, not the financial year.
What if you're not tracking it? Because I mean,
no, they say that's your responsibility.
Yeah, obviously,
there is no way around it.
I track by income, but there might be a month or two where
they're not gonna penalise you for a month or two. It's when you do a year's worth of trading at 120 grand, and they've missed out on however much that,
right.
So fair bit of that.
I mean, if I am close to that threshold, I'll probably just take the rest of the year off. I don't want to do it. You said in the Discord the other day.
Yeah, it's not been too sad.
Your customers are okay at the moment, aren't they, with the extra 20%?
I've lost 6. I lost 2. So I started sending the texts out in May time. So I gave them a lot of warning. And bear in mind, you don't do regular window cleaning, so there wouldn't be a huge amount of change for you. It'd only be your customers that maybe call up the year after.
They get a year.
Say, look, happy to do it, but we're now VAT registered, so it's 20% higher.
They get a yearly increase anyway.
I think people expect a slightly yearly increase.
Yeah.
Maybe do the 20% this year, don't do one next year to account for it. Most of them are going to be fine. But where I found it was difficult was my regular window cleaning customers. I've priced them quite well, in my opinion, to begin with. So I've got several that are like £27, 4-bed, 4-bed detached. It's a good price. But they're now going up to like £33, £34.
Can you reference that with whereabouts in the country you are? Because I think a lot of people watching
so we're
this.
Essex. So I'd say it's probably one of the highest rated areas for window cleaning. There's going to be a few that are similar or slightly higher, but it's going to be one of the most expensive, I think.
Because that is important as to up and down the country. So outskirts.
You say that though. I know several companies, even in like Birmingham, that are charging the same prices as me. I spoke to a guy the other day. He can't have been far from you, because he was talking about popping into PWS, and his minimum window cleaning charge is £27.
Minimum.
Jesus. On a 6 week, he said he's got about 30 or 40 customers.
Is that a lot?
I've got about 160.
I was going to say, how long has he been going?
I didn't ask him that.
But I'm just wondering, with 30 or 40 customers doesn't sound sustainable for like a full-time window cleaning round. Maybe he's only got
about this. I think in your Discord the other day. I don't know if you caught the conversation. It was about doing regular window cleaning, and I would recommend anyone to get I think even you've got the setup to do it really easy. You've got backpacks and water-fed poles, and that's all you really need. But you could throw a little 150 to 200 litre tank in the back of the van, pumper controller connected to it. You can get 10 houses done, 8 to 10 houses done on 200 litres of water a day. If you can get 40 customers at 20, say even 20 quid a pop on a 4 weekly, that puts, my maths isn't, I'm not quick maths in today. I've had my coffee, but it's working. That's 800 quid a month, 40 customers. I can do 20 to 30 customers a day and still finish at 3-4. So
that's good going.
10 customers a day over 4 days, that should be 3 hours work, 4 hours work.
Can I ask?
It might be a little bit more if you're working from a backpack.
Yeah.
But that's 800 quid. For a lot of people, that covers their monthly bills. Not personally, but for the business at least. Then everything else you make is just solely focused on your income and paying your personal bills.
Are you including the frames and sills on all of your window cleans?
And the front door and back door.
See, I would have thought that the frames and sills would be like a quarterly, maybe 6 monthly thing, not an every visit thing. So maybe you're doing a more thorough job than a lot of people are.
You'd be surprised. Some of them, they don't get dirty, but they get cobwebby.
Yeah.
Like the shit. Sometimes shit falls off the gutters and lands on them, and it's the glass. Obviously, from the inside, you can't see the UPVC. But if you're going to do the glass, if you're doing water-fed pole, if you're doing the glass, you can't really not do the UPVC. It's, it'd almost be impossible to avoid it. If you don't clean it off and it gets wet, it's going to run dirty water down the window and leave it dirtier than it started. Anyway,
I had
so you have to be done.
I had it in my head that because I've never really done window cleaning before, apart from one-off cleans as part of a bigger project, I had it in my head that you'd charge slightly more for the first visit to get all the frames and everything, and then charge your regular price for the returning your 6 weekly visits. But I guess
so. I charge double for first clean.
Oh right, okay.
But not so much because a lot of people will sell it to you as they spend a little bit longer there, which in most cases you do, but it's not twice as long. I charge double for the first clean to avoid people taking advantage of the monthly clean price, then cancelling after month one.
Because they just want the first one. They just want a major clean.
A major clean at the first clean price. So it's a two-pronged safety net, really. Then if they do cancel after the first one, or there's a problem then with them paying, or they're just faffing about, you can drop them. You've been paid double for that clean anyway, so it's been worth your while, and you call it a day and move on. I think it's a no-brainer for anyone. If you're worried about getting through the winter, you don't have to have a huge. So I do probably 10 days a month window cleaning, maybe a bit more than that. 10 working days. So you only like 20 working days in a month. And I've got about 150, 160 customers. You don't need to do that much. If you're like, lots of people don't want to do window cleaning. I think you're one of them. You don't want to do window cleaning. You're fortunate enough to be busy where you don't really have to worry about it. But for those that have just starting up, that see you and they think, I want to be like Jake, and they don't realise there's 4 years of effort gone into that, or your situation at the beginning, whether you were financially secured,
Not
you
really.
got money from somewhere else.
Nope.
They don't know that, and that could be the situation for a lot of people that don't talk about that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It's a very cheap way to set up and just cover your bills, and it's very easy to get window cleaning customers. It's a low ticket sale.
Yeah, I was naive when I started my business. I was naive to think that I could just offer pressure washing. I called my business Smelts Pressure Washing, thinking that was all I wanted to do, and I didn't know that it dropped off in the winter. When I found out it dropped off in the winter, I was like, "Oh shit, I haven't thought this through. Like maybe this isn't viable." And I resisted the temptation to get into window cleaning, even though I'd already purchased virtually all the equipment I needed. I just thought, after having a taste of that pressure washing money, I don't want to spend however long you need to spend at someone's property to earn, at the time, 12, 15 quid. Like, I didn't want to do that. And travelling around from one to the next and having to keep like a tight window cleaning round to make it worth your while and stuff, I still struggle to justify it. Although I will say, if you're starting out with a very low budget and you want a business, I think window cleaning is perfect.
I'd say realistically, it's a year-round service, so it covers you every month of the year. But the cost-wise, you could easily set up a pressure washing company for the same money.
I did it for 400 quid.
Yeah, my first pressure washer was 400 quid. I was fortunate that my father-in-law was a window cleaner, and I had a fair amount of the equipment laying around.
Yeah.
After he passed away, so there was a couple of bits I didn't have to buy, like a hose and hose reel. I had to buy my pole, but at the time I bought an over 8, which is one of the most expensive poles you can buy. And now I ship all my poles in from China. I can get 3 poles for the price I paid for that one.
Well, you've had a theme of buying high quality equipment throughout the whole of your business. Yeah. I've never seen you skimp on equipment. You've always got the best stuff.
No. Yeah, mainly because I don't want it to break down on me. That scares me more than anything else, being halfway through a job. Partly because if I've got to come back, I've got to find time to come back.
Yeah.
So I've not only got to find time to get that machine fixed, which I could have had another job tomorrow. I might end up it might take 3 days to get it fixed. And no, my luck, it'll be 3 days worth of using that bit of equipment.
Yeah.
And then I've got to find 3 days in a packed out schedule where I don't really have any time to fit 3 days worth of work in.
When my MOT comes up for the van, I'm fretting because I think if this fails, I've got like 4 weeks worth of work booked in. If this van fails, I've got no plan B and I'm screwed. Hold that thought just for a second before we move on, because I've got something to show you. I'm going to
grab a drink. It's only the other end of the garage as well. Go
on. You guys, if you've got any questions in the chat, we will peek over every now and again to see what's going on in the chat. So just can you see the live chat, Ryan?
Yeah, I've got the chat up here. I'm
just going to nip downstairs. If you want to answer any questions or anything, feel free.
Let's have a look. Matt from Onyx. Matt's my guy, but he said we should have a power washing simulator competition. Matt, I'm about I've got to do 2 of the gold competition wins on power washing simulator to get the platinum trophy on PlayStation. So you could start calling me the GOAT of pressure washing whenever you want. I don't really mind. Start now or start later. David's also got it. I've recently done the last one, David. It is a bit of a mission. So I had this conversation, David, I just seen your question about the VAT. I had this conversation with a friend of mine, a customer of mine, about going straight to VAT registration or becoming a limited company. Limited company is much better for you if you're going VAT registered. It gives a layer of protection between you and the VAT man. Could something go wrong, you've got that level of protection. Secondly, there is 2 options. I think there's 3 options. There's 2 main options with VAT registration. You can go voluntary VAT registered, where you only pay the VAT man 8 or 10%, something like that. But you charge your customers 20%, so you make a little bit of money on that, but you can't claim back any purchases. So that option for me didn't work, just simply because I've spent about 70 grand on my business since I started. So you can claim back the VAT on all your stock purchases, your equipment for 5 years, software 6 months, chemicals and stuff like that, I think it's 3 years or something like that. So I wanted that bigger rebate. Also, I was happy to just throw the 20% on all my customers' prices, so I'm not going to be that far off. But if you haven't got a huge amount of VAT deductible purchases since you started, you could look at going voluntary VAT registered, which is where you pay the 10%, but you charge the 20%. It just helps you keep that VAT bill down a little bit lower. Especially for the window cleaning, you don't have to up them by 20%. You can just up them by 10% and do 10% the year after. So then you cover your VAT for the first year. Second year, you're getting a pay increase.
What do you think of this, Ryan?
Let's have a look.
I'm attached to my computer through my headphones.
Yeah, so am I. Do your DI vessel?
I've never had one of these before.
Yeah, I got rid of mine recently. I had one,
and I thought it was overdue.
Is that so that you can clean your windows with tap water?
Well, yes. And I wondered what you thought of the process, because I've got no pure water stations near me, and I don't fancy making my own, producing my own in like an IBC in the back garden and then taking it out with me. I don't fancy going somewhere, filling up a load of barrels and hoping I've got enough.
You've not got one near you?
No, the nearest one is like Solihull, which is about 25 minutes away. I just don't fancy that trip every now and again.
Bit of a drive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you know what your TDS rating is out of the tap, roughly?
So I've had some stuff from Equip to Clean. They
sent you some bits, have they?
No,
I'm still waiting for my DM.
There's a caveat, because we've had our differences over the years, and we've had a couple of disagreements here and there. And I've said to Kieran, let's start afresh. Let's wipe the slate clean. Loads of their products I've been wanting to try out, because I get all their emails through of their new products. but I'm not able to get on the website for whatever reason. And so he said, do you want to try the Hypojet, the Hypojet 2? Basically like a slightly cheaper version of the X-Jet. So I said, yeah. So he sent me that, but I said, hang on, don't send it yet, because there's a few bits that I want to order. And so I ordered this. I actually ordered the 10-litre one. But they've sent the 15-litre. This
just means it'll last a little bit longer.
Yeah. It comes with 3 packs of this. I haven't opened any of this.
So the resin.
3 packs of resin.
Yeah.
And I ordered a TDS meter. I have no idea what this means. They've sent me 2.
I'll quickly explain it to you. Because I used to make my own pure water when I first started, and I just found I've got a pure water station literally 2 minutes down the road. So for me to have all of the setup in the garage and keep paying for it just wasn't convenient. And I ended up using more water than I could make.
Looks like a pregnancy test.
Yeah, exactly. You dip that in the water to check the TDS. So the TDS will be, I think it stands for, it's ppm, particles per million, particles per milli. And that measures the amount of like nutrients and shit that's in the water, right? You want it to be below 20, should leave a spotless finish. Obviously, the lower, the better. So assuming that your water starts below 120, I think you should be absolutely fine to just run it through that DI vessel and it will come out relatively spotless, or at least usable.
Yeah.
Where you're going to trip up is if the tap water's... So my tap water near me is like 400 or something ridiculous. So I had to go through an RO system, which is 4 filters. You got like a carbon filter, and so they needed changing. Then it had to go through the DI vessel on the way into the van.
Right.
So it had to be filtered twice. That became quite expensive for all the filters and everything, which is why I decided I buy it. It's guaranteed 0 all the time. And so far I haven't had any issues at all.
They did phone me to sort of set my expectations and say, like, it depends on the water in your area, and it's a, if it gets it below this number, then it'd be great. I can't actually remember. He phoned me and explained it all, and it sounded very reasonable.
Below 20, you're almost guaranteed to be fine, but it does depend on what's in the water. Yeah. So I think the spots are created by like salts, calcium. Sometimes you get like chalk in there and stuff like that. That's what leaves the water spots from the windows. So depending on where you are in the country, I feel like your area is going to be quite low. I'm sure I've seen lots of messages.
He did say if you're from the like Birmingham area, it should be okay. It's generally up north where it's really bad.
Yeah, and down south.
Right. So having never ever experienced or used pure water, I'm actually quite excited. And I forgot how many thousand litres he said it would produce, but it's a bloody lot. Just from...
Yeah, so I used to have to change my resin every 3 months.
That's quite good, isn't it?
I had a 1,000 litre IBC and I carried 500 litres on the van. So I was filling that up probably 3 times a week on average.
For me, as like a mobile solution, so I don't have to carry a separate tank in the van, like a separate 150 litre tank or whatever. For the occasional conservatory clean or gutters, faces and soffits, if I can just plug the customer's water supply into that, and then you
wouldn't even need to use it for soffits and fascias.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
I used to use customers' water for soffits and fascias.
Yeah, with the TFR that I'm using as well, that leaves like a very streak-free, spotless finish. So a combination of these two is going to be amazing, I think. And just to be able to have pure water on demand without carrying pure water around with me, I think that's going to be really good. Have you ever like used a little one like this, or have you always had like a static setup?
So my little one, I had pretty much that exact same one. It was a blue version that was removable. I had the setup in the garage, so I didn't never need to take it with me. But in my area, it would be useless.
Yeah.
I'd maybe
Right.
get it down from 350 to 250.
Okay.
So it's, it's still, it wouldn't be any good. I might be able to put 4 of them in and get quite close to 0.
I'm gonna do a few
But you need
tests.
Yeah, but lots of people have window cleaning setups. With a friend of mine around the corner, he's got his built into his van.
Mhm.
So he changes the filters and the resin in the van,
Yeah.
and then he plugs the tap into his van to fill up overnight.
Does this resin disappear once it's
No.
done, or do you have to tip it out and replace it?
You have to tip it out and replace it.
Right. It's got like a handle on. I've not got it set up yet because this is the first time I've looked at it, but it's got a handle on the top as well. So I think that's going to be quite good for my business. I think because I don't really offer window cleaning, it's like a nice compromise for me.
It's a great. It is very good. Very inspired, actually.
Inspired?
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah. Yeah, it's particularly like you say, if you're doing like soffits and fascias, and you need to clean the upstairs windows. Well, if you're pressure washing, you can just carry an applicator and a squeegee because you can reach all the downstairs windows. But if you're doing the upstairs windows, it's not as easy. You can get the ladders off and do them, but I personally don't go or try to avoid ladders where I can now. I'll go onto a flat roof, but I won't do anything else.
We've just quoted for a bungalow roof.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very shallow pitch bungalow roof to scrape it. And I'm not going to get a tower. I've got what?
I've scraped a couple of bungalows off a set of steps.
Well, I think we're going to be, because of the type of tiles it is, I think we're going to be climbing on the roof. And we're going to be on our hands and knees and just scraping by hand. Because
it works for a lot of people. I mean, I'm 16 stone at the moment, which is the reason I won't go on anyone's roof. Try to avoid going on ladders, because if I fall off a ladder, I'm going to hit the ground a little bit harder than a smaller person.
Yeah,
I won't walk on someone's roof simply because of the weight. I've got nothing against going on the roof, and I'd happily do it on a roof ladder, but I won't go up the ladder.
Yeah.
So it's it's doable, but I just don't think it's necessary.
There seems to be so much controversy, and even just saying that just then made me think, should I be saying this? Because so many people whinge about people going on roofs, and I think it's the classic. You see a video on Facebook that someone's taken of someone with a pressure washer on a steep roof in the rain, just blasting down, and totally understand that perspective. Absolutely no issues with that. That's totally unsafe, crazy. But I don't see an issue particularly with most of the roof cleans I've done have been bungalow roofs because it's easier for us. Like I don't necessarily need to get a tower. Access is always great. They're slightly bigger, so you can charge the price you want to charge because of the surface area. And generally, if the pitch is shallow enough, I'm doing it from the roof on my hands and knees.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with doing it on a balcony. Where, for me personally, it would be more of a case of I don't want to walk on someone's roof and put my foot through a tile, because that just creates more problems. Then, obviously, if you know what you're doing, then you go get the tile and you replace it. But if you don't, you need to call in a roofer.
Yeah. Well,
then they might not be able to get there for 2 days. And then the customer's left with a hole in their roof. Yeah,
there are caveats. There's things like if you can see the ridge tiles that there's no mortar between them, or if you can see there's loads of tiles that are broken, or the roof is like weaving in the middle. You can see like there's some structural issues. Certain tiles, some of them flat concrete tiles, if you stand in the wrong place, the end will just crack off. So you have got to know where to stand on the tile, and you're not standing upright, putting your weight onto 1 or 2 feet. You're spread out like Spider-Man, crawling across, spreading your weight with your hands and knees. And obviously, I've got Jakey with me, so we're not going to be both stood in the same place at once.
He's a nimble lad as well, isn't he?
Yeah, and to be honest, from what I've seen, from what Callum's told me at Solar Secure, there aren't like many rules and regulations regarding roof work, because
I don't think there's any.
Because there's so many different jobs that require you to walk on a roof. Like how you going to fit solar panels properly without being on the roof?
The trouble you have is what my insurance company told me. You need to be insured to work at height, which costs a lot more money, which is why people don't do it.
We've got public liability insurance to be working at height, and it did.
As long as you've got it covered to be working at height. But just double check your terms and conditions, because I was told on the phone, yeah. And then I read my terms and conditions, and it was like, we'll cover you to work at height, but you can't use any tools.
Yeah, and they also...
How does that work?
They also need to know how high you're working in terms of meters. Like what's the max height that you can be expected to work on. There's all sorts of little things, but I think if you're being safe and sensible, it's very easy for people, especially on Facebook or in YouTube chat, to say, "Oh, you should never be on a roof. Never climb on a roof. You're putting yourself at risk. You're putting your life at risk. It's not worth it," and all this sort of stuff. But I don't think it's that cut and dry. I don't think it's that simple.
I think you'll be fine on a shallow pitch bungalow. I personally wouldn't get on a house roof ever. I'm not confident enough.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
And if I turn up and it's wet, I'm not going on it wet, because it's wet and mossy. Like, it's a terrible combination.
Yeah, very true. I think you got to do what you're comfortable doing, and I think a lot of it's about confidence and knowing your boundaries. So for me, I feel quite confident that I could go up the roof, but I probably wouldn't feel very comfortable coming back down.
Yeah,
and that's, if I'm not confident doing it, just don't do it.
Yeah, it's not worth it, because
there's a guy near me. He's got a unit in my little where my warehouse is, and he does a lot of commercial work. He's got a couple of guys that work for him. He won't even let them go on a flat roof. So if they can't clean it from the ground, they make a note of it, and he'll go and do it.
Well, that might be his insurance though, as well.
No, he just doesn't want to. He doesn't want to run the risk,
right?
Because he's insured. He's himself is insured, but he said if one of those guys slips and falls, so my business over. So I kind of see where he's coming from, but if you're a window cleaner, you sort of comes with the territory. You got to get on a flat roof every now and then.
Yeah,
like, no one's asking you to climb, the pitch of the roof, but
yeah,
you won't even let them on a flat roof, which I think is a bit crazy.
We did a fairly big repointing job the other day, and the guy said he'd recently had the patio washed and he'd had the roof done as well. And he said the chap who came to quote it explained the process and stuff, and said if we can get, I think he said if we can get a cherry picker, we will. If not, we'll just get a tower. And he said, I'm asking for a quote because someone did that roof over there. But the lads over there, they were walking on the roof, pressure washing it, walking. And the guy went, oh, yeah, and he made a comment about that's not the way to do it, sort of thing. He accepted the quote, went away. And then the two lads turned up, two different pressure washers. And he's climbing on the roof, pressure washing it with a turbo. It's a steep roof, man. And I'm like, so the guy that's quoted it is sent his lads without the correct equipment to pressure wash this steep 2-story roof. Like, it's crazy.
You see it all the time. They don't want to pay for a tower or a cherry picker. There's a friend of mine down the road, and he's a young lad. He's nothing of him. So, not that I think it's okay, but if anyone's going to be on a roof, it's him. He's 8 stone wet.
Wet. I haven't heard that before.
he'll get on any roof and pressure wash it. He took his flat surface cleaner, the one with the handles.
Oh my god!
I've seen a video of him doing it. I nearly passed out.
You see a lot of the Americans doing it.
Man, I couldn't do it. But again, it's you can see Dave from AquaCleanse. He'll get on any roof. But he's got a lot of history with roofing and stuff, and he's been a builder his whole life.
Is that the Equip to Clean guy?
Yeah. He feels very comfortable doing that. If you feel comfortable doing it, then your argument's always going to be, well, no, it's fine. I've always done it.
Yeah.
But for us who don't feel comfortable doing it, and we see people doing it, and you go, fucking hell, I wouldn't do that.
Well, a lot of the comments and stuff are always, well, it's safe until it's not, and one slip and that's your whole life, and it's like, well, it's the same with anything. You can trip off a curb. You can trip off a curb and end your life. But
my uncle fell off of a ladder leaning up against his fence. He was cutting a tree. He had a stroke.
Really, bloody hell!
Literally 3 or 4 rungs off the ground. It's easily doable.
Yeah,
but life's about minimising risk, isn't it?
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
Some people thrive off of off of doing crazy shit.
Well, Callum from Solar Secure, he's done all his rope access courses, and he's even thinking about creating some training for like general roof safety and stuff. He's up and down a roof. He's so quick. He's perfectly safe. Like from what I've seen, he knows where to put his hands. He knows how to spread his weight and stuff. And he's so confident with it. But again, he's like quite a small, light lad.
Yeah.
But if people saw the sort of stuff that he does, they'd probably say, that's not safe, or one slip and you're dead. And
I think when it comes to businesses like solar installers, people expect them to be on the roof.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen some questionable roofers on roofs, and they've got like a ladder up to the gutter, then they've got a 2 roof ladders, and they've like wedged the ladder in the middle, and it's like, that's not okay. Well, there was one the other day where he had a ladder on a flat roof, leaning against the gutter line, and then a ladder which was leaning on the windowsill and the ladder. And he's standing on it, like fiddling around with the gutter. And you think, I've seen some questionable roofers doing weird shit.
Yeah.
But people expect roofers to be on roofs.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't expect cleaners to be on roofs. So they automatically assume whatever we're doing is wrong.
Yeah. I mean, it depends also that if you're a roofer on a roof, you've probably got the customers probably understanding that they're going to have full scaffolding all the way around the building. We probably couldn't get away with saying you're going to have to pay for full scaffolding going around the whole roof.
No, it would make the price unachievable.
Yeah. Dave says harnesses. I've got a harness. I've got all the rope. I've got the fall arrest stuff.
Where do you mount your rope if you're harnessing on a roof?
So this is what I was just going to get onto. A lot of the time, ideal situation is chimney breast, but 9 times out of 10, the chimney is off to the left-hand side, and then there's a sheer drop. So even if you are harnessed onto the chimney and you slide, you're just going to slide off the edge of the roof.
Yeah.
You could also get like a cat ladder and hook that over the top of the roof, and then harness onto the top of that. Otherwise, you're sending the rope all the way over the roof and tying it onto a tree or the back of your van or just something. It's sketchy, like it's not great. And so the options when it comes to harnesses, it's never ideal. And to set up your harness to like the ideal spot is normally like the most dangerous bit. It's the bit where you're taking the most chances, where you're not actually connected to anything because you've actually got to set it up in the first place. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of harnesses. There's a time and a place for them.
Yeah, I think like a lot of commercial work. I've got a commercial building I look after, and they say to us, it's a flat roof and it's got railings around the edge. So I don't know why, but they're like, when you're on the roof, you need to be wearing a harness and you need to clip to this metal cable that runs around the roof. I said, it's just not really doable with what you're asking us to do. And like, where am I going to go? Like, where am I going to fall? I don't go anywhere near the edge of the building.
They're expecting you to like lean off the edge the whole time while you're cleaning it.
I'm cleaning the solar panels on the roof. I'm not even going anywhere near the edge. But yeah, I think so. Sometimes health and safety can be a little bit over the top.
We did some, me and Squeaky Clean Dave, Callum from Solar Secure, and I think my brother, we did a school in Redditch, and they had about 120 solar panels, and they had this, I think it's called a fall arrest system, potentially, or like it's one of those wires, those thick metal cables that run across the top of the solar panels, so you can get up there, hook onto it, and walk along. You still got to get up there. It's like a pitched roof. Fine to stand on, like absolutely no issue there, but it's like you've still got to make your way up to that point, not clipped onto anything. So
yeah,
I don't know. I don't really understand it. It seems like some things are there to tick the box and to satisfy the.
I think a lot of it is that. A lot of it is, and it's. I think from an insurance point of view, they need to make sure that you've taken every reasonable step to be safe. Because if you slip, so this is what people also don't realise about roof cleaning when they get on someone's roof, or the customer allowing someone onto their roof. If they fall off the roof and die, it's the customer that's liable.
Mm-hmm.
That person's family can sue that customer for death.
Yeah.
Which can be in the millions.
It's like for not creating a safe work environment or something.
Yeah. Not ensuring a safe work environment and letting them on your roof.
Yeah.
Because how many customers have ever asked to see your public liability insurance?
Yeah, none.
Yeah.
Only commercial stuff.
Yeah, well, that's why they do it. So they know that people don't know that. So if you had an accident on someone's property, I mean, even if I'm walking like through someone's back garden and I trip over their plant pot, that customer is liable for any damages.
Yeah.
That's just how it works. Not that you would go and do that. So obviously if you had a serious injury and you couldn't work for whatever reason, then you might consider taking legal action.
Yeah.
And they would be completely liable.
Just put one person on each side of the gable and harness to each other. At least you go down dragging your mate with you. I had a complaint today. Well,
did you?
I wouldn't call it a complaint. I had a very nasty email exchange. 2 seconds, I'm just going to open the window. So we did a driveway the other day, and it was for one of Citroen's customers, because this chap,
the car company.
yeah, so this chap had taken his car in for a service.
Mm-hmm.
It'd come back, they'd put the wrong sump plug on it, and it had pissed oil all over his drive when he got back, all in his garage. And so he asked us for a quote. We popped round, said, this is our process, this is what we can do. Can't guarantee results, but with all oil stains, that's just sort of the way it is. Depends on how long it's been down, depends on the porosity of the surface, depends on the surface type. But we can we use the best chemicals, we can give it a bloody good go. Put the quote in. I said we can't just do the patch, because if we do the patch,
you'll have the opposite effect. You have a nice big clean patch in a dirty driveway.
The rest of the drive's going to look naff, and that's not up to our standards. So if you want the job done, it'll have to be the whole drive. In the meantime, before accepting the quote, they'd sent some of their guys out to come and put whatever they put on it. They thought they couldn't decide whether it was brake fluid or oil. I can't remember what happened, but they didn't know what type of oil it was. Oh, that was it. They put brake cleaner on it.
I'd assume it's a similar sort of product.
Yeah.
They just don't know what they're doing.
And then they've obviously pressure washed it and stuff. And sent the quote, did the work. So we used Synergy, brushed it across the whole oil stain, got rid of a lot of it, and then we used the Oil Clear Pro from Pure Seal, which is like super concentrated. You only get it in 1 litre bottles. Literally painting it on with a paintbrush. Left it for about half an hour, 45 minutes, and then washed it off. Couldn't see the results because everything was still wet, and obviously it looks great when it's wet. So I messaged him and said, like, we've finished the clean. Not sure how the oil stain looks, but it's better than it was. We'll be back in a couple of days to do the resand. And he said he accused us of sort of not doing the full treatment, and said, I didn't see you come back. You didn't ring the bell. I thought your car wasn't on the drive. I didn't think you were home, sort of thing. So we went through this whole thing. I felt like I had to prove the fact that we actually came back to do the second treatment. And then he said, well, I said, I can show you a video because we've took footage of it and stuff. He said, well, the video is useless because you haven't done what you've quoted that you were going to do. The oil stain is still there. You haven't removed it. So, okay, well, we've quoted to treat the oil stain. We've never said that we're going to be able to fully remove it. And so I've been sort of fretting for the best part of a week, thinking, I'm not getting paid for this job, because he thinks
we're not going through the insurance.
Well, he's got to send my invoice to Citroen, and I don't know which Citroen garage he's dealt with, so he's the sort of, I've got to go through him to get paid. And
have you got in writing that you said about there's no guarantees it will come out?
Well, no, because that was just sort of the chat on the day, but in the quote it says oil stain treatment. But I don't mention removal anyway, and I think this is going to be a big lesson for me, is you can never guarantee with this sort of stuff, but it's as if he's holding me accountable for the oil stain still being there. It's like, well, I didn't put the stain on the drive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I had a similar job with a fella at the end of my road, and he had the same situation. He had his car serviced by a main dealer garage, I can't remember which one, and he'd driven it home. Well, from Kent, he worked in Kent, so he had it done in Kent. Drove it home, pissing oil, and then what was left leaked on the driveway. Big old patch, grey driveway. And I went round there and I said, look, I don't want to take your money from you. I said, just get them to replace the bricks in the driveway. I said, it's not going to come out. I don't really do oil removal. I just tell people it's not going to happen because I can't guarantee it. I don't like to do it, you know. And he comes back to me and he said, look, they won't replace the bricks until it's been attempted to be cleaned. I said, it doesn't make sense because they're going to have to pay twice.
Yeah.
I said, I know it's not going to come out. I said, like, the severity of this oil stain was insane. Anyway, I said, look, here's my price to clean again the whole driveway. And then I've got to buy the oil remover. I said, I won't charge you to apply it. I said, I'm just going to charge you to clean it and the cost of buying the oil remover because it's not going to come out.
Yeah.
And anyway, he was really good, but we applied it, and then when it was wet, it actually looked like it had worked.
Mm-hmm.
I got him out and I said, I'm a bit shocked, but it looks like it's all good. He said, yeah, it does look good. Anyway, come back, because he's only at the end of the road. I went and popped down there in the afternoon, and clear as day, it was still there.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily, obviously, I'd said to him from the get-go, it's not going to come out, get him to replace bricks. But their insurance paid to replace the bricks.
Yeah.
Because just because you've not been able to do it, that's not, you know, like you say, it's not your fault.
Yeah.
The insurance needs to make the driveway good, not just attempt to make it good.
Yeah. So the controversy,
you need to say to him,
the controversy came from me saying, you know, as a last ditch effort, because you've got flat blocks, there's no bevel on these blocks, you could pull them out and flip them over. I would charge 35 quid. It was a big strip going down the whole driveway, and it wasn't worth my time, but as a gesture, I'd say, look, this is how much I'd charge to come back and flip some of the blocks for you. Because I thought, you flip them, after the driveway's been cleaned, they're going to be dirty underneath. So you have to clean that section again. So that's another visit to come back and resand when it's dry. So it wasn't worth the 35 quid that it was probably going to be about 60, 70 quid realistically to go and do it properly. I'd already ordered the Synergy, the Oil Clear Pro, probably about 60, 65 pound in materials, plus the labour to actually brush it in, come back, apply the Oil Clear. I said, look, we've really done our best with the products that are available. We're using the best products on the market. And the controversy was that he said, well, I shouldn't have to ask the garage for more money because you said you could remove it. I was like, I didn't. I've quoted to treat it.
In certain situations, you just need to put your foot down.
Yeah.
And say, I never said we can remove it. If you can find in writing where I said that, then I will take the liability on the chin and I'll come and flip your bricks for free. But I didn't say that. You're liable for the cost of the clean.
Yeah.
here's
And-
my invoice.
and
Either
not-
send it to them or not, but I will proceed with legal action if it doesn't get paid.
Yeah, and not only that, the 35 quid that I'm asking for, it could quite easily come out of his pocket. Like, he's just had a whole driveway clean and resanded
Yeah.
for free.
It's always the ones you do for free that want more.
It's crazy. I couldn't believe it. But that's been given. I said to Jake, he's been living in my head. He's been living in my head, rent free all week. I've just, that's the sort of jobs
They play on your mind.
Yeah. And it's always the silly ones. It's always the ones that you just think, God, I wish I hadn't have bothered.
The time of day anymore. I just straight up from the get go. As soon as I see him getting a bit questioning, I just shut it down.
Well, look, I said to him, look, as soon as we've come back to resand that driveway, we've fulfilled our quote, and I'll be invoicing for the work. And we popped over today. He weren't home, but his wife was, and she just said, yeah, crack on. So resanded the drive. As far as I'm concerned, it's done. And at the point where, like, because he was getting really rude and like snotty with me over email, and it was pissing me off quite a lot, but I thought, like, if he wants the blocks flipping now, he can get someone else to do it, because I don't really want to work for people like that. And that's,
nor should you have to.
like, he clearly doesn't appreciate the level of effort that we've put in, despite the result, and just the lack of respect, in the emails and stuff. And this is something I sort of want to say to everyone: is not everyone is your customer. If you're walking around with someone quoting a job, and you think there's something's not quite right about this guy, or he seems like he's never satisfied, or he's not going to appreciate the work, or he's trying to beat you down on the price and stuff like that. If you get any red flags, they might just not be your customer. You can leave it for someone else to deal with, because generally those early red flags are a pretty good warning as to what's around the corner when you do the work for them. Have you ever had that?
Many times, but it's a tough one when you're first starting out, which I think a lot of your members are relatively new, aren't they? It's the reason they've sought you out.
Yeah.
It can be hard to say no to potential money. So I think the better way of looking at it is you're not going to win on every job. So there's certain jobs that you're going to lose on, like this one, that's causing you stress. You're going to have to deal with a potential, back and forth going forwards. You might have to draw up some, notice of court letters to really put it on him, which I had the situation last year with a customer that hadn't paid me all year. And he paid me Christmas Eve in the end. And the date of the court notice of court was Christmas Day. It almost ruined my Christmas that he hadn't paid me. And it was in my head rent free. But I won't let that happen again, because I've learned a lesson from it. So I think the better way of looking at it is you're not going to win on every job. But if every job you're going to learn a lesson on. And next time you'll probably make sure now that you put that we won't guarantee any removal in writing.
Yeah.
So that if someone does go, well, you haven't removed the oil, you can say, if you refer back to my first email, it states that oil removal isn't something we can guarantee. It doesn't always work. Depends on a lot of factors, and it covers you.
And on the other side of that, it's you learn to appreciate those good customers that treat you well.
Yeah, absolutely.
They pay straight away. They really appreciate your efforts. They bring you a cup of coffee and a slice of cake, and all the shit that we get.
The food you get. Mate, I've never had a bit of cake.
We've had 2 this last week.
Mate, it must be just tight down my way.
But
Cake,
it
no
really
tea or coffee.
It really makes you appreciate those customers, and you want to bend over backwards for those people and just do everything you can to make sure they're completely satisfied. And those are customers for life. They are the ones that, just the ones that appreciate you. You know what I mean?
I think what opened my eyes is this VAT registration, and I've had several new customers over the last month that I failed to mention about the VAT. So they might have only had one clean before I've upped their price by 20%. I've spoken to them in the weeks leading up. And I've sort of said to him, look, I completely understand if you want to look for another window cleaner. You've not been with me a long time, and this is a big jump up. And the only ones I lost have been customers for a long time and relatively cheap customers, like 15 quids, 14 quids.
Mm-hmm.
I think I lost one that was £20, and that was the most expensive one I lost.
Have you directly passed that cost on to your customers then? Because I was thinking with VAT registration, are you literally charging 20% more?
Yeah. So there's two ways you can do that. I think there's three ways, but there's two ways that I know 100% I can tell you about. There's a way I've done it where I've gone full rate, 20%. So I give 20% to the VAT man. I can claim back all of the VAT on my purchases for the last 5 years. Can claim back all the VAT on my subscriptions for the last 6 months. And then it's things like stock that aren't assets to the business for, I think, the last 2 years or something like that, or 12 months. So I'll get a nice rebate off the back of that. The other way you can do it is you can go voluntary VAT registered, which you can do at any point.
Sorry, when you say rebate, does it not just come off your bill at the end of the year?
Yeah, no, you pay your VAT quarterly, but the rebate is the last 5 years of purchases, all the VAT on the last 5 years. So everything I've ever bought that's had VAT on.
So it's not like a normal self-assessment where you submit it before January
so
every year.
You put all of your, so you apply for VAT, you go VAT registered, then your accountant makes a list of all of your purchases, like asset purchases. So all equipment is 5 years. Subscription, I'm sure these are right, but I might be a little bit out. Subscriptions are 6 months. Things like chemicals that aren't assets but stock are either 12 months or 24 months, something like that. And you can claim all of that VAT from before you was VAT registered back. So you only start paying VAT from day one, but on day one you can claim VAT back for every day you've been trading up to 5 years. So on day one you get a nice big VAT rebate payment. Now you can choose what you want to do with that. I'm personally going to put mine in a VAT account, and that will just be used to pay the VAT for however long it lasts.
Do you know how much you're getting back already? Is it that quick?
I don't know the exact.
You don't have to say. I'm just like.
No, I don't mind. It worked out about 14 grand.
And so, that quickly, you know how much roughly you're getting back, and how quickly before you get paid that. Is it a lump sum?
It's a lump sum. I should get it in the next few days. I think he had a couple of questions about some of the purchases I've made, because I import a lot of stuff from China now. There was a few payments on there that he was like, they're like £700. Have they got VAT on them? Like, no, they're Chinese imports, so there's no VAT on them. So I had to send that off to him today. So I can imagine he'll do that. He's either done it today or tomorrow, and then they'll maybe 5 day processing time on that.
Seems crazy.
My first VAT payment will be January. So September. It should be September, October, November, and then you get 2 months to pay it.
So what happens if you get your 14 grand and then you pack up your business?
You're liable to pay it back. But this is where it gets a little bit of a grey area. As a limited company, technically I could shut it down and take all the money, but I think they'd probably have an issue with that. Say it's like fraud or something. I don't know.
Yeah. You need some simple terms and conditions to cover these things, then just send a link to your customer. I've considered creating a document for terms and conditions for each service, like gutter clearing. We're going to clear as much debris out the gutter as possible. We're not putting a rag inside the gutter and making them squeaky clean inside, because that's always in the back of my mind. Like, are they expecting them to be crystal clear on the inside? Or
I think some of them are. So
terms and conditions for like pressure washing, gutter clearing, conservatories, PVC. I think it's a good idea. There's so many things like that I've wanted to set up. There's stuff I want to do to my website that I just haven't found the time for. It's crazy the amount of stuff you need to do as a self-employed person.
Yeah, I'm lucky. My best mate is we used to have a marketing company together, but he's building a new website for me. it was meant to be done at the start of this month, but he's running a little bit behind. But that's all going to be video based, which should be good for SEO, because someone will ask a question and obviously they put videos first, don't they? So once that's done, I'm going to start hitting Google ads a little bit harder, I think.
Someone told me as well about making sure any photo that you put on your website, you name the photo with like a brief description of what the photo shows, so that when someone types something into Google, it's got more of a chance of hitting your website.
Yeah, called alt tags.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
it's not. You're not going to get much traffic off of photos, because who Google's got a clearing in my area then searches through Google Photos rather than the initial results.
Yeah, true.
You know, it's not. You might get 1 or 2 clicks a year off. I mean, it's not a bad habit to get into, but it's not going to change, you know, the direction of your business by implementing that.
Yeah. What have you got coming up? Have you got anything? Obviously, that's a huge leap going back registered. What's next? What's next for you for the winter? Have you got any like plans to implement any specific services or advertising?
So I'm not going to be changing anything drastically at the moment. I want to find my footing with the VAT registration and, you know, getting back into a flow with it. Like I said, I've got a few empty days this month at the moment. So once the new website's done, I want to put a bit more money into marketing, because, like I said, I've been lacking on that a little bit recently. See how that goes.
What services do you think are going to keep you going over the winter? What are the main things you're going to be focusing on?
The gutters and the carpets for me are like the better one-off jobs that come in. But obviously I do the windows, so for me I'll go out and do the windows.
Do you find that you get more carpet cleaning inquiries in the colder seasons where people are spending more time in the house?
It's not so much that, it's the ground's generally wetter and muddier, so they walk muddy footprints into the house, and then they go, oh, carpets look a bit shit. Then it gets to Christmas and they're all having family over, so they want their carpets cleaned before family come over at Christmas. Then after Christmas, once all the family have been around, if they didn't have them cleaned before, now the house has been walked through for 3 or 4 days, so then they want them cleaned after Christmas as well. That's just generally how it goes. Same with the gutters. The reason you're busier in the winter is because it rains and people notice that their gutters are dripping. Yeah,
that's a very good point. Also, the leaves fall around about October time, don't they? So that's when they all start to fill up.
Yeah, but sometimes you don't see that. And like the damper, darker months are better for growing weeds, so they just get blocked up a little bit quicker.
David says... Sorry to interrupt. David says, do you do Christmas lights? I do Christmas lights.
I don't. No.
You don't like ladders?
What are you charging on Christmas lights, though? Is it worth it?
Why are you saying it like that?
Because there's a friend of mine who does them, and he'll be like, yeah, I charge £100, but he's there 3 hours.
We're not there 3 hours. When me and my brother got good at it, we were doing pretty much every property for your basic, you know, along the top, up the gable end, and then across the bottom. We were doing them in less than an hour, sometimes 30 minutes. We would charge, the minimum price we would charge was 75 quid. So we probably did 75 all the way up to about 130, 140. And we could
is it hard work? Do you feel like you've earned your money?
It feels incredibly easy. Unless the access is a little bit sketchy, where the ladders, you've got to have good access across the front of the property, because if there's not a clear place to put your ladder to get to that bit where you need to put the hook, which you need to do across the whole face of the property, you need to move your ladder constantly across the whole face of the property. If there's not good access all the way along, then you'll pull in some pretty tricky manoeuvres. But you sort of, and we were quoting them all over Messenger as well. That, you know.
And how did you market for them? Just Facebook?
I literally just did my first one, which was Sophie's mum. Used those pictures and put a couple of adverts up. When I say advert, I literally just put the picture on Facebook on my profile, and then just posted it in a few local Facebook community groups. And from that, I think I only put about 3 or 4 posts up showing all the ones we've done recently, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And it was really effective, to be fair. And if you can, on some days, we were doing 5 a day.
Didn't charge to take them down as well.
We said, because I didn't want to take all the money up front, I said, look, it's going to be this much to put them up. And then generally my set price was around about £30 in the new year to take them down, because it's so much quicker to take them down.
Do you leave the hooks up there?
No, because I was providing the hooks most of the time.
Right. Okay.
Couple of quid for like a box of 100 or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I'm collecting them back up afterwards, and I'll use them again. How tight is that? I'll use them again next year.
How do you secure them to the soffits and faces?
Most of the time, it's a hook over the top of the gutter.
Oh,
and the cable's
that's
just
handy. Yeah. Do you have any issues where they've blown down in the wind or anything?
I had one customer where literally a couple of days after we'd been, we had such terrible wind and rain, they'd blown back up onto the roof tiles.
Oh,
but he said, because we came to take them down in the new year, and he said, we didn't want to bother you because you did such a good job. I was like, what do you mean? Like, if he said it only happened like a couple of weeks after you installed them as well. I said, you should have called me. Like, I'd have just come and I could have been up and down in 5 minutes and just pulled them back down for you.
Take them back down, yeah.
And he said,
even up there, just get your water-fed pole.
Yeah. He said, I didn't want to bother you because you guys did such a good job. I felt so terrible for him. But no, it's a good earner, and I'll be doing it again this year. So, we must have gained something from it for us to...
What do you reckon you made in total, roughly, doing Christmas lights? I'm assuming most of them are going to be November time.
I'd say we did in the realm of maybe 20 jobs. So it wasn't like a huge amount, but it was the first year that I'd advertised it. I hadn't done it before. Yeah. So 20 times my minimum charge of 75 quid plus 30 quid to take them down in the new year. Let's say minimum charge, so 20 plus 105. 20 times 105. So yeah, just over £2,000.
It's not too sad, is it? If you could fit them in, I think relatively close together. Yeah, I mean, it can be a faff. And the other thing is, the first one I did, Sophie's mum's house, I thought, I don't want to be fiddling around, climbing in people's lofts, untangling their Christmas lights and stuff. So I'm going to purchase the lights myself, put them up. And you provided the lights?
Well, I thought I'll put them up. They'll essentially rent them from me, and then I'll take them down. But we did it with Soph's mum's house, and I had to measure the face of the house and order several different types of lights from Amazon. Make sure they all had the same colour hue and temperature, because else it would look odd. The amount of faff and the ball ache and having to potentially store that many lights where I'm struggling for storage as it is. And then what if one goes wrong? Like, I've got to go out and replace them. All these different factors. I just thought this is not worth it at all. I'd much rather just take their lights. It would make it more beneficial in my eyes. And we'll get on to you should have a warehouse. Best thing I've ever done. But it would make more beneficial in my eyes if you charged 100 quid to put them up, £5 a week rental, so you provide the lights. So you go out and spend $3 or $4 on lights. Find somewhere you can buy them in bulk, you'll get a better deal. Rent them to them for £5 a week, so then they set when they want them set up and when they want them taken down, so you know what you're doing. You're not waiting for a phone call to say, can you come take them down now? Yeah. They know what they're paying, and they pay the 100 quid up front to install, and they pay the rental and the removal fee, say 30 quid, plus the rental at the time you take them down. Yeah. I think the issue with that is a big outlay for the lights up front. If you're
But that's not that big of an outlay, though, is it?
Well-
If you're making £2,000 up front, and then you're going to close another 1,200 quid on the back end.
well, the reason you're doing it is because you're looking for a winter service that's going to keep your business afloat, probably.
Yeah.
So you might not have that sort of money. And also,
So just touching on that, right? Because I had this conversation with Dan today on our podcast that we filmed. Are you the sort of person that would advertise a service, get work, and then buy the product, or would you buy the product, advertise the service, get work?
I've been advocating for people who have been pressure washing throughout the summer to start advertising for gutter work, get their customers to book in for gutter work, saying, I haven't got the equipment yet, I'm going to purchase it at the end of September, I'm going to start offering gutters, can I get you booked in? So you've got all them customers lined up ready to do all the gutter work. So I am an advocate of that in certain situations, yeah.
Now, flipping that on its head, because this is similar to the conversation we had last time I was on, where we were speaking about people that are doing full-time work and this is a part-time, but they want to swap that over. Do you think it's more motivational if you said, in this specific situation, you went and got a £4,000 loan, cost you about £150 a month. You've obviously already got the ladder, but you bought all the hooks and the lights. It's going to cost you 150 quid for, say, October, November, December, and January. So 600 quid to service that loan. And you're going to make your £2,500 or £3,000 if you could make that. That's year one. You've then got all that product for year two, but because you've bought it and you've got this loan, do you think that would be more motivational for someone to go out and push the work?
There'd definitely be more motivation to satisfy the loan and to make sure you're covering your costs.
So I think the biggest hiccup for small business owners is when they play it a little bit too safe and they lose that motivation.
I'm very risk averse, and my brother tells me this.
Yeah, but you're also very good at marketing.
I don't.
So you're posting on your. I see you post from you every day, or a story, or something. And a lot of these companies, they don't do that. Sometimes because they haven't got the work, but you don't always need to post a picture of work. So when I first started, I made these little, like, Instagram post size images with little factoids on it. You can go back and look on my Instagram, you can see it. That they had, like, I've done one that was like, you wouldn't put a Rolex on the floor. So why are you going to park your 20,000 car in a dirty driveway? Just things like that. It's just stupid shit. But I was doing something, but that's just the way I'm wired. But these people that say, "Oh, I can't. I need more work. I need to do this," and what you've given them is great advice, but are they going to do it? Or if they got the loan up front and they had the bit of gutter equipment sitting in front of them, they go, right, I've got to pay that off now. Is that more motivational or less motivational, or is the risk to motivation scale?
I know.
Balance?
I know exactly what you're saying. It's almost a carrot dangling, saying, you've got the money, now you've got to be able to pay it back. So go and get the work, sort of thing. It's like what you touched on earlier with regards to advertising and marketing. It is what you put into it. I put a lot of effort into doing that just to try and be consistent. It's not necessarily conscious anymore because I've always just sort of done it.
No,
so I'm not
compounding effect of you doing it. To you, or doing it on automatic.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily.
I was really against social media when I started.
Yeah,
I found it really difficult to remember to post photos or even take photos. But the compounding effect of doing it every day, you sort of do it on autopilot.
Yeah, I'm not thinking of it. I'm not thinking of it as advertising. And even Jakey now, he'll be like, we'll pull up and we'll start, and he'll be like, have you taken any pictures before we started? I'm like, yes. It's so good that you're like checking
on it. Yeah.
But it's like what you said earlier. The advertising is what you put into it, like the checker trade stuff. If you're not maintaining it and updating it, and it's just going to fall off. You can't.
I think checker trade's actually quite difficult to maintain, because you've got to, say, upload your photos to social media, then you need to go on Check a Trade and upload them. Then you want a review, you need a review, but you almost don't want a review on Check a Trade. You want it on something that you're going to maintain for forever.
Yeah.
So now I'm paying for a Check a Trade membership because I've got 60 odd reviews on there. So when someone Googles my name, the Check a Trade account comes up.
Yeah.
Which is beneficial for me to do, but I've still got to pay it to hold on to it,
It's the same with Google Adverts or Facebook pages. If you think I need to, start spending money on adverts, yet you've got no content on your Facebook page or your website or your Google account, it's just not being maintained, you haven't updated it in ages, you're paying for adverts for something that is eventually going to lead someone to your page, and you've got nothing on there. So what's the point?
No. And I'm the sort of person who will check all that stuff before I buy from someone.
Same.
I won't buy from someone without checking out, their social history and stuff. And if they're not, if they're not posting, I'm not interested.
Yeah, same.
All right, I'm going to go for a wee. I'm going to be back in 2 minutes.
All right, mate. Don't let me keep you, by the way. If you've got places to be, just let me know when you're done.
I've got nowhere to be. So
all right,
we're all good.
All right. Let's have a look. Have you guys? I even mentioned about animal waste. It covers you for a lot of stuff. Payment terms, methods. Yeah, payment terms is a good one, because I only ever have my payment terms really on my invoices for commercial customers, and so people don't really know my payment terms. Generally, I'm quite flexible. People say, "How do you want to be paid?" And I'll say, "However you like." Really, I've not got a card machine, but you could do bank transfer. You could do cash. You could do a check, because now you can scan checks with your phone, with your banking app. So there's so much stuff. Things are being made a little bit easier these days. So before, everyone thinks I want cash all the time, and I'm not bothered about cash. It makes no difference to me whatsoever, because I just declare everything anyway. So people are quite shocked when you say, "Oh, it doesn't matter. Pay however you like."
We're back, baby.
I'm so bad for taking photos. I can never. I've never been getting my camera out in the park. I tend to. Have you ever found this, Ryan, when you're filming for maybe YouTube or something? As soon as things start to take a little bit longer than you expected, or not go to plan, or there's some problem that's becoming very frustrating.
The answer is yes.
Do you stop?
I know exactly what you mean.
Do you stop filming? Do you put the camera away? Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is something I'm trying to learn not to do, because that is the content. People want to,
or I start. I don't. So I found that I need to change angles more. That was my big thing from last year to this year. I started changing angles more. And if the job is overrunning, or I can see myself taking longer than I've got to do the job, I'll stop changing angles as much.
Yeah.
And the clips become longer, and the video suffers because of it.
Yeah.
Because I'm just plonking the camera down, doing, or I'll start, like, really, when you're filming, the good ASMR stuff, it's like the fan nozzle. So really, I want to do a whole job with the fan nozzle. So I've done one. I'm editing one at the moment. I've done, and the back's crazy paving, which I've done with the fan nozzle. Then it went into a little concrete path and concrete slab section at the bottom, and I'm fan nozzling it, and it's just not coming up. And I was like, this isn't what I wanted to do. So I had to put the turbo on to get it up.
Yeah.
I purposely left my surface cleaner at home so that I didn't use it.
Oh, really?
And I thought I'm onto something here. I'll get the fan nozzle content, and it just didn't go to plan.
Yeah, that is the best for viewing, isn't it? It's just that flat line, just going.
My friend of mine, Jake, who's Diamond Exterior Cleaning, and his YouTube has blown up this year. He's doing really, really well. And he had a video do, I think, nearly 700,000 views, but his turbo nozzle had broken, and he just didn't want to order a new one because they're so expensive, isn't they?
Yeah, they are.
You begrudgingly
100 quid. 100 quid for a decent turbo.
Yeah, just a little thing like that.
Yeah.
And he just kept putting it off, and he'd done this whole crazy paving driveway, and there was like a wall and a rock with the fan nozzle, but it just sounded amazing. And he's got so many views off of it. It's incredible. I noticed you've got cheeky little 600,000 video.
Oh, the painting one.
The ceiling one.
That's, so many people are stealing that. It's all over TikTok. It's all over YouTube of people
Not
just.
much you can do about that, I'm afraid.
Yeah. The one guy's got 500,000 views on it, and it's my fucking video.
One guy, I reached out by company, and they take 5% of your ad revenue, and they do all that for you.
Okay.
Shut it all down, and then if they re-upload it to YouTube, you can get their ad revenue.
Right.
They take their ad revenue. So they say that if you're a big enough creator, you can almost make more money than it costs you.
Have you done that?
Because no. For me, I'm not quite there yet. When people steal my content, I'll message them saying, "Can you just put my name on it?"
Yeah, that's a good idea.
They're going to do it. They're going to do it. Like,
I actually did a copyright claim before I started the stream to someone on YouTube that's got 500,000 views off of one of my videos, and they've not changed it. They've just re-uploaded it and changed it to like German or something, which is annoying.
If you keep doing that, they'll get banned from YouTube. So, like you say, they'll keep re-uploading it.
And it's the other thing with like before and after photos as well. I've been thinking like I'd love to do a competition or like a giveaway or something for my viewers for before and after pictures. Who's got the best before and after picture that you took, in the last month or something? But it's so easy to just go and right click and save someone else's images. It's difficult to know whether it's genuine or not.
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
Jake, you can buy the same turbos elsewhere for a lot less. Darren,
no, you can't.
Have you got any links? Because there's so many different turbos on the market, and
you can't.
There is a difference in quality.
I've bought them all.
Have you actually?
The cheap ones are cheap. The expensive ones sometimes are cheap as well.
Is it the Stuttner ones? Stuttner?
They're meant to be good. Stuttner? I've got a green one off of Darren a little while ago, rated for my new washer, and I'm just not getting on with it. It's such a good turbo nozzle, but I just don't like the way it sprays water.
The angle of the water, or the amount of water that comes through.
The spread of it. So what I historically use has got quite a tight spread, and I just feel like you get a better clean from it. And the green one was rated for the 21-litre machine, but I felt like I was having to go over it twice because the water was more spread out.
Well, you can get different angles of those turbos, and also I popped into H2O Restorations, a big pressure washing company near me, the other day, and they said they had a bunch of big 09 turbo nozzles because they use 30 litres per minute. And they said, to be honest, we weren't getting on with them, and they were putting out so much water, but because they're spec to the machine, they just seem to rotate a little bit slower than what we've had before. So he said we've downsized to like an 07, so there's less flow, higher pressure, and we're just getting a better clean out of them. So we're using
exactly what I've done basically.
Yeah, we're using less water, but it's slightly higher pressure. And sometimes it is worth under-speccing your nozzles slightly, because I've been meaning to go over to Evesham to get some more turbo nozzles because we're running off 2 at the moment. And Jakey left his at a customer's house the other day, and we only had 1, so he had to clean. We do half a drive each. He had to clean his half with a 15-degree fan nozzle.
Not good.
It's a block pave drive. Luckily, we found which customer it was and went and collected it. That's fine, but I need a backup turbo, and I also want some smaller turbos for those jobs where the water pressure's not great. Rather than us hanging around waiting for the tanks to fill back up, we could just use a smaller turbo and carry on cleaning.
You're using a 30-litre now, aren't you?
Yeah, but we're not using 30 litres per minute.
I was gonna say, how are you finding that? Do you reckon it's worth? Have you ever found that you've got a situation where you've needed the higher water flow?
A couple of commercial jobs where I've turned the revs up, turned the pressure up using the surface cleaner and stuff, but I don't need high flow and high pressure. If it's a big commercial job where I'm using the surface cleaner, chances are it's tarmac, and so I'm not using crazy pressure on tarmac anyway. If it's block paving, I'm not using the surface cleaner
No,
And if I'm turning the revs all the way up and the pressure all the way up with the turbo, I'm going to be knackered by the end of the day. So it's just pointless.
Yeah.
So realistically, I'm probably using 18 to 20 litres per minute on most jobs.
Yeah, I've found recently I've not run out of water. My tank's been filling quicker than I've been using it on jobs.
I think it's crazy because when I had my 15 litre per minute machine and it was just me, I was always waiting for my water to fill back up.
Yeah, I was the same with my 18. Yeah.
But now, I don't know whether it's the combination of the hose or the preparation that we're doing, but I'm filling up 2 tanks. We're splitting it off into Jakey's buffer tank, my buffer tank, and we're running 2 machines at around about 20 litres per minute each. So we're using about 40 litres per minute of water, and it's not often that we have to wait for the water, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I can't. I'd prefer not to work it out and just let it work.
Yeah.
You've your machine's not van mounted, is it? Yours is still removable, but you strap it in, right?
My big one is van mounted, and it's just it's just in a frame. The one that comes out my side door. That's the 30 litre per minute machine, and then Jakey's is on wheels, and it's got a high pressure hose attached to the top of it. That's a 21 litre per minute machine. So
and that's removable. We
strap it in. We have the buffer tank on the outside of the van just to stop any leaks and stuff. But if we need to take it around the back of a property or something, we can always unstrap it and take it around.
That's handy. I was talking to HK Jetwash the other day. He wants to get a double setup. We were talking about
2 pressure washers.
2 pressure washers. We're talking about how he could do it. And I said the best way to do it would be to have 2 side doors and have one on each side. But then I think he said he had a spec drawn up by Rutland who'd put sort of one machine on top of the other.
Yeah.
So like one facing that way, one facing that way. Then 2 reels on top and the buffer tank behind.
Mm-hmm.
Which I guess also worked, but it'd be a lot taller.
Yeah, I think his van's big enough though. He's got quite a chunky van.
No, he's got a small medium van, but he's going to get a new one.
Oh.
That's why we said about getting 2 side doors. But I don't know why I said that, but I just made me think of it.
Yeah, can I run an idea past you?
You can indeed.
So, on my roof rack, I've obviously got my ladders, but I've got loads more room on my roof rack. I want to slide the ladders back, and then above the side door, I'm thinking about installing a metal plate with potentially high pressure hose reel, and then 2 chunky low pressure hose reels on the roof, and pull them off to the job rather than, because they're massive. They're big 50 meter hoses. They're 3/4 inch hoses, so they're big ones. Super heavy. We're having to lift them in and out the van every day, and they're just bulky and annoying. I'm thinking about just hard mounting them on the roof of the van. What do you think?
You got a tall enough fan. Why are you putting them on the roof?
I don't want them. I don't want them in the van.
I've got mine in my van. Mine's 50 meters, 3/4 inch.
When does yours leak? How often does yours leak?
Never.
I don't believe it.
I had some teething issues at the start, but changed some fittings and it's fine. Never leaks.
Do you know what fittings you've got?
Nitro fittings.
For your low pressure hose?
Yeah.
And which hose reel have you got?
V-Tough one. Oh, the real Exchange Engineering I got it from. It cost me 160 quid. And it's the 100 meter. Let me.
Got high pressure.
Don't you think they have the prices on there? Low pressure reel. It's red.
I can see that.
Low pressure reel. Hang on, let me go on your live stream.
Is it retractable?
No, it's low pressure reel. Type low pressure reel into the search bar. Then you'll have, hang on, let me just check. That's for, you'll have 4 options, and it's the first one on the second row.
Ooh, Low pressure mounted manual hose reel. Did that come with the fittings, or did you have to put them on?
So it came with the elbow on the side there. I had to do a little bit of jiggery pokery because I've used 3/4. Obviously, the little bit that comes out of the top of the reel is 1/2 inch. No, sorry, that bit's 3/4 inch. The bit that I had coming out the end of the hose reel was 1/2 inch, so I had to get that changed.
Right.
So I had to buy an adapter, but I actually ended up snapping it off when I was tightening it one day, and I swapped it for a high pressure swivel, which was quite expensive. It was like 45 quid.
Bloody hell.
A high pressure right angle swivel, and then put the Nito fittings on it, 3/4 inch Nito fittings, which fit straight in, and it hasn't leaked since then. And that's the 50 meter was 150 and the 100 meter was 160. So I've got 50 meter one for my soft wash reel and the 100 meter one for 50 meters of 3/4 inch because it's twice the size in it. 160 quid straight in. It's got the mounting brackets on it. You want uni-strut frame, which is what I've got. Uni-strut's like 20 quid for 3.5 meters or 3 meters of uni-strut.
I think I'd like to mount it upside down from the roof, maybe.
Yeah, you could do that to build a. You just have 4 uprights in the corners against the wall, and then build a frame on top.
Yeah,
be nice and easy to do.
Yeah, I'm just because every single low pressure hose reel I've had has leaked. Every one.
I've not had any issues with mine. Obviously, I did at the start, but bit of jiggery pokery, and it was fine afterwards.
Yeah. Jake Smells, thanks, Craig. Cheers, mate. Genuine Sutner or PA. There's a few things I need to get. I've just bought Jakey some new boots because he's coming out in his trainers every day. He's got some wellies that are really uncomfortable.
I was going to say you need to get the wellies or the fishing overalls,
the waders.
Yeah.
Well, he got some because he was on his sort of trial. I bought him some cheap wellies just to see whether he enjoyed the job or not. Mm-hmm. And he's still got them, and they're really heavy and just uncomfortable. So I've got him some waterproof boots now, and I think that might have been a mistake. I think
you can't be wearing boots for pressure washing, man.
You not think?
No. It all gets under the laces, and they're waterproof, as in they stop water from getting to your socks, but they still get wet and they still hold water. Then they get even more heavy.
I thought that.
Well, the wellies I use are Dunlop ones from Sports Direct. I'm sure they're about 18 quid.
That's what I've got, actually, yeah.
Yeah, mine are all right.
Do you find the insides go all crappy on the inside?
Yeah, but I just get a new pair every 6 months. They're 18 quid.
Yeah, true.
And they're not, you can spend 150 quid on a set of wellies, but I'm not convinced they're going to be, 130 quid better than the 20 quid ones. And I'd rather have a new pair.
Yeah, true.
I do the same with my work boots. So if I'm not pressure washing, I wear the DeWalt tan-coloured work boots, steel toe caps. They're 40 quid. I just get a new pair every year.
Yeah.
I'm due a new pair now, actually.
I'm due a new pair. I was going to get some of the same as Jakey's, but at least he's got some work boots now to, if we're not pressure washing, he can still wear some decent shoes. But they didn't have my size. I'm a 12.5, 13, so they've never...
I'm size 12.
They've never got what I want.
No, I can imagine 12.5, 13 is tough.
Jake, are you worried that you're going to train Jakey up over the next 1 to 2 years and we'll be looking to go his own way? It's not a concern of mine, to be honest. I don't think he's really got any interest in owning his own business at the moment, from what I can see. I have said to him, if it's something you want to do, please tell me and I'll help you do it, rather than just sort of sneaking around on the side, using my equipment and then one day saying, you're done.
We spoke about this on the podcast a couple of weeks ago. And I said, like, people get the big thing, isn't it? I don't want to employ someone because they're just going to run off with who work and start up on their own. I'm like, you should be proud if someone that you've trained and worked with has then got the confidence to go and start their own business.
Yep.
Like, that should be a proud moment. And you shouldn't fall out with them because they're going to need help at some point. And if you're good to them, who are they going to call when they need help?
Yeah, and I've never been concerned with competition in my local area. Like, I don't even look at it because I'm doing my own thing. And some people think
the wolves don't concern themselves with the opinions of sheep, Mr. Smout.
I don't. There's a lot of people that got the mentality of like, oh, you're in my area, or what's it called? What do people call it?
It's an old school thing, isn't it? I don't see it as much.
My turf. I've
never had an issue with it. But I know lots of people that have told me stories of people that they've had sort of run-ins with.
I think it's bad with window cleaners and ice cream men and all that sort of stuff, but
so I've been told, but I've never had an issue. I don't know if it's because I'm 6'3" and people don't want to say anything to me, but I've never had an issue with it.
Yeah, and to be honest, there's probably loads of people there are loads of people in my town that do pressure washing, but the sort of customers they're getting and the sort of customers I'm getting, they're probably never going to cross over. If I didn't exist, that person might not still get one of my customers. You know what I mean?
They'd go to probably the next biggest company somewhere else that they trust to do the job. They're not going to. Let's face it, they're not on the same wavelength.
No one's stealing my customers, and I don't see myself stealing anyone else's. I think it's
enough for everyone.
There's so much money going about. Everyone, there's enough work for everyone.
Are you worried about winter this year?
I wouldn't say I'm worried. I'd say I was in a stronger position last year because my brother was with me, and he was very, very good at sending out emails, looking for commercial work.
Is he travelling? Or does he live in Australia?
Australia
he's gone to?
Yeah, he's lived in Australia for 2 years, and he popped back over the winter. And
is he travelling or does he work out there?
He works, but he goes from sort of one place to the other every 6 months or whatever.
So could he not email from Australia for you?
This morning at 4:00 in the morning, he was sending me messages saying there's a tender for this work over here, and it's right up your alley, so you should submit. And if you don't want to submit, I'll do it for you. So he's still looking.
Have you had any success with tenders?
The only one we went to look at, we didn't get, and we were looking at one for Oxford University because they wanted a full gutter clear on the whole university, and that was a huge tender, and it was like a 3-year contract.
So tenders. So these companies, if the job is valued over 20 grand, it has to be put in the tender.
Yeah, and also if it's a government, government entity as well, it's normally tendered.
But it only gets tendered if it's over 20 grand. I don't know if you can do it if it's under, but
you can.
If it's over, you have to tender it.
Yeah, if you're a government entity like a council or something, I think most work has to be tendered for. But
only if it's over 20 grand.
Right.
If it's less than that, they can call up whoever they've got on the books and say,
"Oh, I didn't know that."
Yeah. So the people they've used in the past, say they're going to have a tree surgeon on file, wouldn't they? Because around our way anyway, a lot of trees are council protected, and only certain tree surgeons can cut them back or whatever. So they'll know those companies, and if the job's 2,000 or 3,000, they'll just call them up and say,
"Oh, Craig,
quote for this."
Craig says no. Craig says all councils, that 20k doesn't apply to councils.
Oh, doesn't it?
I thought the same because I used to work for Lifeline at the council, and they
it was over.
They have to tender everything and get a minimum of 3 quotes. It's a something point system from point system. It's a work from point system.
It's anything over 500 quid for council. My mum's a county councillor. There you go.
Do you do much tender work?
I've never done any tender work.
It's complicated. It's
I don't know if I'd want to work for the council.
This is my issue with commercial work on a large scale. Like the odd commercial job here and there, fine, but doing big commercial contracts repeatedly throughout the year almost makes me feel as if I'm working for that company or that council, and the restrictions they put on you and the amount of paperwork you have to submit, and it's thankless work. Like it's like Steve Shires said the other day on the stream. He said, "No one cares. If you do a good job in commercial work, no one cares. No one's thankful. Whereas if you do a bad job, everyone
They're all over you.
They're all over you.
Yeah.
But with residential work, everyone loves the job that you're doing for them. They all say thank you. They're all appreciative.
Yeah.
But
See, that sort of stuff doesn't bother me, and I wouldn't mind. I would rather have lots of smaller contracts than one 10 grand contract,
yeah, me too.
because I don't like putting my eggs in one basket. The same thing with the councils. I feel like there's going to be a lot of restrictions on what you can and can't do. If it's going to be awkward work as well. So we like clear the gutters on these, these 500 flats we've got, but there's no power.
Mhm.
You're going to have to buy a generator up front. You're not going to get paid until 120 days after you finish the work.
Yeah.
So then you've got to fit all that in or whatever. And
Yeah.
I just don't know if that's for me at the moment. Maybe down the line, once I've got some staff members and we can cover their wages and fit that stuff in. But
Yeah. And
I don't
even
have that much stress.
even at the stage of actually submitting a tender, the amount of documentation that's required, especially for someone like Oxford University, there's one, taking the day to go and visit. Two, making sure all your health and safety documents are in check, creating new health and safety policies, getting additional insurance to make sure you cover the level that they need, hiring equipment, purchasing more equipment, potentially taking on more members of staff and buying more vans just to be able to fulfill the contract, to be able to get it done in time. And like, do I really want to do all that just to satisfy this one contract? Like, it just seems too much.
Yeah, that's it. I think if you had 200 grand a year business and it was 100 grand contract, it'd probably be worth doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, the reason they put it out to tender, isn't it? To find the right people for the job.
Yeah. I mean, my brother would be all over it. He'd say, right, we need to do this, this, and this. As soon as we get to this point, that's when we can start purchasing the equipment, because it's an agreed in principle, and it's all this, he's chasing the big ones.
Sometimes the contracts of a certain size, they don't give themselves to our level of business if you haven't got the capital behind you. It's going to be really difficult to say, right, you've got to hire this, and this, but you might be looking at 4 grand's worth of hire cost and staffing costs to do a 10 grand job that you then don't get paid for 90 days.
Yeah, I mean, you can ask for money up front as part of the quote. You can say
that
that
going to make you less desirable though.
Maybe. My brother, he's a project man. He used to be a project manager for a big haulage company, and he'll say, if we need contractors or if we need someone to come and do something for us, we're never ever going to look at a one-man band. If they haven't got a website, if they're just like a local, but he said never in a million years would we touch someone like that. We want like a fully established, someone with a website, someone that's proven that they've done commercial work in the past. Like, so to get the big contracts, you need to be a big entity. You need to have been in the game for a long time. You need to have plenty of staff to do a good job anyway, I think, because it's so easy to get caught out with big commercial work that you just weren't prepared for.
No, I was put onto a company which I hadn't heard of, and they're on my doorstep really. Called Pyre's Window Cleaning. Have you heard of them?
No.
So they cover the east and west Sussex, South London, Surrey, North East Hampshire, and parts of Kent. they turn over like 2.2 million quid a year. And all they do is window cleaning, gutter clearing, conservatories, soffits and fascias.
Bloody hell.
They have 20 or 22 vans on the road, all with one person in them. And they just, well, from what I can see, they deal with domestic work. They sell themselves as the largest domestic window cleaning company in the UK. Residential window cleaning company in the UK.
Was that did you say 2 million turnover?
Yeah, so someone told me 2.2 million. 23 weeks from wash equipped vehicles serviced over 10,000 households across South East. Insane. They only do 6 or 12 weekly rounds as well.
Can you see yourself running a crew of people?
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever spoke to anyone that has?
Yeah, a few people. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in contact with Mark Monroe, who's the owner of the Cleaning Expo. He's got 10 vans on the road.
Has he?
Yeah, there's a
I
few
didn't know
guys
that.
around. Yeah, I think he has 10 or 11. He put me on to the guy for my solar panels for my van, which should be here soon. And you can get them installed.
I just wonder whether it's all worth it. Whether the
No, it's not.
the expense, the outlay, the overheads, the additional equipment, paying all your members of staff even when it's quiet, sick pay, people letting you down, people messing jobs up and you having to revisit. I wonder whether it's all actually worth it for a bit, for potentially what is just a bit of extra cash in your pocket. Are you really going to be earning that much more?
I don't look at it as extra money. You're buying a lifestyle. So when you're 50, do you still want to be going out cleaning driveway?
I think we had this discussion last time, didn't we?
Yeah. What's the plan?
Yeah. At the moment, there isn't one.
You've taken on a staff member. So where does it go? What's your next step?
This is what I'm thinking about, and I see myself leaning closer to something like YouTube than I do to expanding the business.
So I had the same conversation with Dan the other day. In an ideal world, I would like to do YouTube full time, but I wouldn't get rid of my business to do YouTube. I would like YouTube to pay me enough to live. Then I would stop taking money from Kirbside, take someone on to run it, put the rest of the profits into marketing to get more work, then take on a second person, third person. But that's only doable if I can pay. First, the only reason I haven't taken on someone yet is because I'm trying to get a mortgage. So for me to do that, I need to hold as much of the money as possible for as long as I need to before we get approved. So once I've got the mortgage, I can be a bit more open with how I spend that money. If I can get the mortgage money and the bill money from YouTube, that takes all the stress off the business to pay me what I need to survive.
Yeah.
And I can focus on doing that. I'll still be getting pressure washing jobs from Kirbside, so that'll feed the YouTube. But at the same time, I can focus more of my time on finding jobs to record. And then the domestic work and commercial work should be covered by the staff members. And then it's just a case of rinse and repeat.
The thing that worries me about YouTube is the content that I've done so far has been quite niche, and I'm not. Don't get me wrong; it's nice to go viral and have massive videos that do really well, but that's not what I'm targeting. The people that are in this live stream right now. You know what I mean? The sort of advice and the little tips and tricks here and there. The satisfying content is the stuff that's going to get the millions of views that I just don't. It's not as fun to film. It's not as interesting to me.
See, I think where you're missing the trick is I've had not huge amount of views, but you need to start making evergreen content like what you used to do. So here's how to seal a block paved driveway, how to seal an Indian sandstone patio, how to clean, how to soft wash, how to clean without a pressure washer. You need to go on Google, look at the trends, look at the keywords,
because it's always going to be relevant.
People are searching for, because that's what YouTube is owned by Google. Remember, You need to look at the search volume for these search terms related around pressure washing, and then make videos. That's what I started off doing with YouTube. That was my route, because I've got a background in SEO and I had affiliate websites before I'd done this. So when I started YouTube, it was going to be, well, how do I get views? Well, the only thing that made sense to me was find out what people are searching for and then make videos around that. So I've got a video like how to clean artificial grass that's done over 100,000 views. How to DIY fix on sunken block paving, it's done 75,000 views. How to wash a patio, how to clean a patio without a pressure washer, which is a good one. And it's done 30,000 views. But it just constantly, it's not huge.
Just ticking along, going up and up and up.
Yeah. It might do 1,000 views a month.
Yeah.
But if you can make 1,000 of them, that's 1 million views a month.
That's your retirement. Yeah.
$6 grand a month on tick, and you don't have to make any new content.
I think my issue is that I'm not thinking about the views. I'm not thinking about what the masses want to see. I'm thinking about what these people want to see. And that's where I don't think YouTube is sustainable for me. Because
yeah, but like, these guys are brilliant. But unless they're going to stick their hands in your pocket and pay your bills, you need to pivot to what's going to do that.
But that's if I'm treating YouTube as a business. You're clearly
you should be treating it as a business. It pays you money.
Yeah.
And if that money disappeared, but I know how much views pay. I know how much your membership is, and I know roughly how many members you've got.
Have you been?
If that money disappeared, you're going to notice it. There's no way that money could go away and you'd be like, I'll just carry on sealing patios.
I see it.
You're going to notice it.
Yeah, but I see it as just additional nice to have. It's not something at the moment, it's not something I'm thinking like, I'm going to eventually rely on this as an income.
No.
As soon as
does that mean you shouldn't give it the attention it needs now? Would you not rather keep it open as an option?
Yeah, as soon as I pivot my content towards trying to generate views, I feel like it'll just turn into every other channel on YouTube. Whereas now, I think I've got something quite niche, which I'm enjoying. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, some videos I have thought, oh, this would be a good thumbnail to get loads of clicks, but I don't always. I don't know.
Yeah, I see some of the jobs you've done recently must have made insane videos.
We don't record a lot of them. Yeah.
So the sealer where you change the colour of the block paving.
Mm.
I said, I know roughly how much money you've had off that job.
Mm.
I can't comprehend why you haven't then filmed every job.
Well, it's rinse and repeat. It's like, why would I film it if I've already sort of done it? Worked. But I've already done it. So what's the point?
You know how much money you earned off of that job, off of that video.
But my audience has already seen it. It's the same process.
Probably more than what you charge for the job, right?
Yeah, but what can I say about it that I haven't already said?
People enjoy watching the transformation, didn't they?
Yeah.
You don't have to make content solely for one group of people. You can make it for both groups of people.
Yeah. Can't you do content for both types? Yeah.
It's not going to be as fast growing, because this is what I was doing before. I was making sort of how-to videos, and I've done a few videos where I reviewed a battery-powered pressure washer. I reviewed a little Temu thing that was meant to turn your garden hose into a pressure washer. Stuff that I know people are going to see and go, can use that in my business. And then it don't work.
Yeah.
And I was making both types of content, but I weren't getting amazing results on either. They were okay, and it was growing. But then I decided to just niche down into one area, and that's worked okay for me this year.
Yeah.
But there's no reason why you couldn't make both types of content.
I was thinking about it the other day. If something went wildly wrong with my business, I think YouTube is always a good option. You can't expect success overnight, but if you're passionate about something and you just keep going and keep making the content better and better.
Scalability of YouTube, like, it wouldn't take a lot of effort to earn more money from YouTube.
Mm.
than you could earn on your own cleaning. If you put the same amount of hours into YouTube as you do into your business, the scalability, you could earn 50 grand a month.
Yeah, if the business went down the pan and I just wanted to camping videos, if I wanted to just go camping once a week and make a video about it,
the weirdest stuff, mate,
and
the coolest content,
and you had all that time throughout the week to edit that video and make it really, really good. Your audience would also like to see more of it, plus your audience who haven't discovered you, haven't seen it. True. Gear review, time-lapse tutorials. Are you completely adverse to putting ambient music in the background of a few videos and seeing how that goes? That seems easy to me. There's so many jobs where I can just set up a camera, do different angles, and then just slap some music on it. That's not fun. That's not why I'm doing the video. You know what I mean?
I don't enjoy it. I used to do that with my videos, and people don't want to listen to music.
Well, there's some that I've done that I think I haven't really got much to say here, so I'm going to put some music over it. Like everything I'm saying is within the video, within me recording it.
Yeah.
So any voiceover over the top is just a little bit unnecessary. So at that point, I'll put some music on. But doing a whole video with just music, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's worth me making a video in the first place if I'm not going to explain what I'm doing.
No, it's like a Matt Armstrong type.
Yeah.
Vibe. That would work. It worked very well. There's room for it. Start another channel then. It is the most difficult thing you could think of, getting from 0 to 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. It's not as simple as starting another channel. You could do. It took me 13 months of posting every week.
Yeah. I remember at Christmas, I think I posted a video around Christmas saying by March, I want at least 1,000 subscribers. That would be a great goal to do. And I think within 2 weeks I did it. I was like, my channel.
You had a short video that done.
Yeah, I had one. You know,
500 million views.
You know my content better than I do, but I think my channel had just been stagnant at like 30 subscribers, 40 subscribers, just doing nothing for ages. And then suddenly I got to like 20,000 subscribers within a couple of months. It's crazy.
It's doable. It's definitely doable.
Ryan goes through a pair of glasses every week.
Yeah, I've had, since I started this business, 8 pairs of glasses.
Oh my God.
I started to just buy the really cheap ones because I was going through them, but they don't hold their form, and they fall off my face.
Yeah.
So we would all sub to the new channel, but that doesn't solve the 4,000 watch hours problem. It's difficult, man. It's difficult. I think everyone should try and do it.
Do you?
It teaches you a lot.
I'm concerned.
The amount of people that start YouTube, but I'll put this down as a topic for the podcast. Would people still do you think you'd still do YouTube if it wasn't free at the beginning? Obviously, knowing what you know now and what you've earned from YouTube and the community you've built, you'd look back and go, well, I'd pay 30 quid a month for a YouTube channel. But knowing how difficult it was to get there, the amount of effort and time you had to put in.
No, I'd have never paid.
How many people have done it? Yeah.
But why? Why do you say that?
Because it's free. And people don't do it.
Oh, because you're not utilising a free tool.
Yeah.
And anyone can just do it with their phone.
Pay you thousands of pounds a month. If you get it right, you get it right.
You've also got to be good at it. Some people just aren't very good with the camera.
I wasn't very good at it when I started.
But
my first video was horrendous. I watched it back the other week. Terrible.
But you can talk, and
but I haven't got a very fun to listen to voice. I'm monotone.
Yeah, it's relaxing. It's nice.
I think, you learn these things, and then you make small improvements. I don't think I had a video do more than 10,000 views for 2 years. Like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the issue now is that since I've had that one video do really well, every other video is a disappointment. So your short video, does that still get you? Is that still going up in views? Oh, I don't know about that one. I'm talking about my more recent one.
that's got to still be moving.
Yeah,
Like 2 months. Yeah.
yeah.
I
But
think I was talking to Jake about this, and he's had a couple of videos do similar views to that, and his new norm is like 100,000 views for a video. He releases once every 2 weeks.
that's
He's
amazing.
earning a hell of a lot of money from YouTube.
And if they don't
And he
do
has-
that, you're disappointed.
No, yeah, but that's what he was saying. And I'm saying to him, but like, look at what I'm doing. I'm posting videos and I'm now getting sort of 30,000 views after a couple of months, which I should be over the moon with. But I've had that one video do 350,000 views, and I'm like, why are they not all doing that?
Yeah,
Like, what am I missing out of these ones?
it's a trap. You just,
Yeah.
you just want more and more and more, and it's
I think that's the reason why we will eventually do well. That's a trait that leads to success.
yeah, wanting more.
Because some people either don't care enough to do it in the first place, or they just get complacent and then they fall off.
Yeah. I'm sorry for everyone who's watching this expecting pressure washing chat. We've sort of got in the weeds of YouTube here a little bit, and so if it's not very interesting to people, then I apologise. But
They found you on YouTube, didn't they? It's got to be part of the story.
well, a lot of people can't really relate because they're not necessarily interested in.
But I know you, like you said, like, I know your videos better than you do, but I spend a lot of time trying to figure out what works,
Mm-hmm.
and that means watching everyone's videos. People that you wouldn't have even heard of that have got 30,000 subscribers, and you think these guys are like doing really well, but no one knows who they are.
Yeah.
And they're doing something right that works.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing that I can say that I found quite confidently is consistency. And the best example of that is Sid was always the top dog on YouTube. Since I started, he was like number one. And then he started doing the roofs. And the roof videos don't perform nearly as well as like ground pressure washing videos. I know that because I've done it. But he obviously his business got busier, and the business took priority, and his views dropped off. And then all of a sudden made room for Ben from Flawless Cleaning, who shot up. And now Sid's, he took quite a bit of time off. He wasn't very consistent, and if you go look at his views, it shows. And only recently, where he's been posting a little bit more consistency, his views have started to go back up.
I think that's what I want to avoid, is getting so busy that I don't have time to film anymore.
Yeah.
Because I enjoy the YouTube aspect more than I enjoy being busy.
Yeah, I'm the same. I've had. So this year, I decided to focus more on quality over quantity, and I didn't have anything to film, so I re-edited an old video, and I revisited the property to show what it's like 18 months on. So that came out on Friday. Then I was like, I haven't got anything to film, so I just filmed the 2 jobs that I had going on. So I was like, this is like a hobby for me.
Yeah.
I don't really mind if I don't get a lot of views, because it's not the sort of video I'm looking at and going, this needs to perform well. This was like an incredible transformation. It was a good transformation. I miss making video, miss editing a video. So I've recorded them and I've been editing them recently, and they're all right, actually. They're not horrendous.
Well, that's a positive sign that you're enjoying what you're doing. And that will show in the video in the end, is that you've actually put some time and effort into making it nice.
In the same way, like I say, I do all this research into finding out what works, and I try new stuff and see if it makes a difference to the views and to the watchers and to the retention. And when you haven't got any work to film, you can't try them out. So I'm like gagging to try this stuff out, and that's the fan nozzle was one of them.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out. The second job I filmed was the mossiest block paving driveway you've ever seen in the world. So that fan nozzle was no good there either. I still need a job to try that out. But I went through a stage of doing all this free work to try and get views. And I was doing the work for free. And then obviously I'm having to edit it. And it just wasn't getting the views. I wasn't even covering the costs of the video.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, I'm gonna have a little break from doing that.
I
But
think
then that led to no work for the videos.
you need to get to the point, I think, where you're consistently pulling in a lot of views before you can start offering work for free. I think personally.
Yeah,
I mean,
I enjoy it. I enjoy doing the free work,
yeah,
especially when it's for a good cause. But like I've done a job for a single mum who I put a post on Facebook. She contacted me. She said like they've got no money, single mum, blah blah blah. Driveway, her patio's a bit of a mess. I said, yeah, cool. I'll come round as long as you're all right with me filming it. I was really happy with the transformation. She didn't even say thank you,
oh,
and then the video done like 11,000 views. Which for someone who doesn't know sounds like a lot, but it relates to about 30 quid.
mm-hmm.
So it pretty much didn't even cover the cost of the hypo, let alone my time, petrol, and
Yeah,
wear and tear and all that. So it can be a bit of as much as it can bring you up when you get that one video that does really well. It could just as easily ruin your week
well,
and bring you down.
I've tried to detach myself from that because I remember when my first TikTok video did 1 million views, and it consumed my life. I was like, oh my god, it's going viral. And then it did 2 million, and then 4 million, and then 10 million. I was like, oh my god. And it went up to 27 million it is now. And that is not repeatable for most people.
No.
And if you're I mean, I'd say this as a bit of advice to you really. I mean, take it or leave it, but I think putting so much emphasis on the views is going to either ruin or make your week. And I don't want to give YouTube that much power over my emotions or whatever, because we've got enough to deal with running a business as it is, in terms of anxiety levels and worry and all that sort of stuff. And I think for me, that's why I'm trying to do it, just because I enjoy it rather than treating it as a business. Because if I'm focusing on every view and what can I do to make this video better, and don't get me wrong, I've uploaded stuff, adjusted the title, maybe changed the thumbnail after it's not performed as well as I'd liked, but I'm not sitting there watching it and just hoping and praying that it's going to do better than the last one.
I don't do that. But for me, YouTube, when I started it, obviously I'd never done anything like that before, so I didn't know I'd enjoy it as much as I did. For me, it was creating a second source of income.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's always been. That is ultimately the goal of YouTube, to create a second source of income. If I didn't make any money from it, I wouldn't do it nearly as consistently. I might make the odd video on like a really cool job.
Yeah.
But for me, it is, I'm very honest about that. It's about creating that second source of income. Doesn't matter if it's £500 a month or £5,000 a month.
Yeah.
And that directly correlates to the amount of views.
And I do know what you mean, is you film a sick job and you spend a long time setting up the cameras and making sure the angles are right, and then spend all week editing it, and then you put it out and it doesn't do half as well as you wanted it to. It's soul destroying. It's really, really frustrating. But I'm starting to just detach myself from it and just, that's what it is. It might creep up 2 months from now, and sometimes they have a bit of a spike, don't they? And
do you think though, detaching yourself from it is going to affect the quality of the videos, because you're almost not bothered, for want of a better description, about the amount of views, so you're just putting it out for the sake of putting it out?
No, because I took your advice from last time. I wouldn't say I'm not bothered. I will put just as much effort into every single video, because I enjoy the process and I want to make it really good. And then as soon as it's uploaded, I almost don't look at it again, because that's just the way it is.
Super healthy. I try my hardest. Sometimes I log into the Uncleanables account so I don't get the notifications for comments.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll go like a day without checking it, and then I'll log in. It's been like, it's not even 1,000 views. And then I just get angry for checking it, and I shouldn't have done it.
And that is going to impact as to whether you carry on doing something or not. If you're doing something because you enjoy it and you think it's valuable content, relying on checking the views every couple of days and being disappointed when they're not quite where you want them to be. Forget the work. You're going to be like, oh, it's not even worth it. Why am I doing this?
It's self-abuse, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like mental.
But you got to remember, you're doing it. If you're doing it because you enjoyed it, that's the main thing, I suppose. But I'm making the videos because I enjoy the process, and I think they're valuable to some people. And as soon as I start treating it as a business, and as soon as I start watching all the views and trying to up the retention and doing all this and that, I'm going to stop enjoying it. I know for a fact I will.
Yeah, I liken it to, like, I enjoy playing golf.
Mm.
But if I had to pay 300 quid every time I wanted to play golf, probably wouldn't play golf.
Yeah.
So as much as I enjoy it, if it's not bringing me any money in and it's just costing me money, is it viable to carry on doing it?
Yeah. If it's costing you money, I understand.
Which, in the situation where I was filming content that I was doing for free, but instead of going, right, I'm not doing it anymore, I've just stopped filming the free content for a while.
Yeah.
I'll go back to doing it. I'll go back to doing it when I find something cool. My daughter started school today, so I'm sure there's a playground at that school that needs to be somewhere, you know. and that's the sort of stuff I enjoy doing, like doing stuff for the kids or local community. We done a church a little while ago, and I don't mind doing that. But it's like when I go and do the domestic, you know, single mum's house, and she doesn't say thank you, I don't get any joy out of that.
Yeah.
That one I done for content, and it didn't perform well, and maybe that came across a little bit. Because the church job, which I done, and I was happy to do that because it was church and they were the food bank, and that's brilliant. And, you know, someone should do something for them. And I think that's got 80,000 views. So maybe that it just shows.
I reckon Ben's got to the point where his YouTube has done well enough where it started to essentially pay for those jobs. And so he's...
yeah, I mean, you know what your CPM is, yeah.
Well, it's covering...
Just go and do the maths.
Yeah. And so...
and that's just based on the 4 videos he releases a month.
Yeah.
It's paying for him.
And so if I had time, if I was putting in that sort of viewership, then I'd love to just stop charging for work and just go around and pick some really good jobs that are going to be really interesting, film the whole process, customers' reactions, all that sort of stuff. It'd be cool, but...
Finding the work's difficult. So I put out posts on Facebook for free work. I've had leaflets printed. They're here. I think I might have showed you last time.
You've printed leaflets for free work?
Yeah. It says...
That is wild. What the hell?
Company in the local area, and we have posted this fire because we think your drive-by patio could make for great content for our YouTube channel. In return for letting us film, we'll clean this for free. And there's a link to the YouTube, a QR code to the YouTube channel. I've posted 6 or 7 of them. Not loads. No response.
Really?
Yeah, no response. Post on Facebook. I got two jobs off the post on Facebook, which was nice. One with the mental health charity, which I was really happy to do. And then the single mum. But it's finding work. It's really just to say Jake from Diamond, he's prowling Rightmove to find properties that need a clean and then contacting the estate agents. And even then, he's finding it difficult.
That's crazy.
Finding that you'd think giving away work for free would be easy and everyone would be like, yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
You know,
I think what would be potentially cooler for you even is to an interesting job that you've got coming up is do the work and then providing everything went to plan and you got some good content from it at the end, say, by the way, I'm not going to charge you for it. That might be easier.
Yeah, it could do. But then closing that work in the first place can be a gamble you've got to take.
Yeah.
So some of this work, they're not even looking for clean, you know. And I've reached out to them and said, look, do you want me to clean it for free?
Yeah.
It's not like they've even thought about having it done. Like I've got a customer on my window cleaning around who's got the most perfect property, and I feel like it's a 500,000 view clean, all different types of slabs, all like thick, overgrown, that like clovery type of weed that just covers everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, he asked me to clean his driveway. I said, I'll do it for 200 quid. It's like 2.5 car driveway, but there's no moss on it. It's just, just surface clean it. And I said to him, I'll do your patio for free if you want to go ahead with the driveway. Oh no, I like how the patio looks.
Oh.
And then I followed him up and I was like, offer's still open for the patio if you want the patio done. So you don't have to have the driveway done. I'll just do the patio. No, I'm all right. Right. Then I followed him up again. I said, I will do the driveway for free if you let me clean your patio. And he was like, no, you're all right.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So sometimes you can't give it away. You can't sell them something else for free just to get the one that you want. It can be really difficult.
David said, how much do you get per 1,000 views on TikTok? I don't know exactly, but I will tell you that once it reached about 7 or 8 million views, I changed one of the settings on TikTok to enter a rewards program, which went from me having monetized videos to only monetizing videos over 1.5 minutes long. I didn't realize it only monetizes longer videos, and anything under 1.5 minutes long is not monetized whatsoever. So the next 17 million views that I got on that video, I earned nothing from.
That's rough.
Yeah.
I've had a video do 55 million views on Instagram.
Bloody hell.
Not a penny.
It's crazy.
That same video on TikTok's done 10 million views, but I haven't got the 10,000 followers you need to monetize. So that's 0.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I only earn off of YouTube.
I'm actually monetized on Facebook, weirdly, and occasionally I get like 250 quid every so often. I don't even. Facebook? Yeah, I don't know why, because I thought it was just stars when people give you stars or something.
Yeah, I've filled in the thing for Facebook, but I've had like £1.90 and £2.60.
Mine started off like that, but I'm getting advert revenue now. It's like every couple of months I get about 250 quid.
That's all right, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy. Fancy a round, Ryan? I play at Harwich.
Where's that? Oh, it's LRS is Colchester, I think, so it's probably not far from me. Yeah. Give me a text. I sent you my number a minute ago, didn't I? Sure, I did.
Strap a camera to Dan for a week and then upload the footage. Pretty sure that would be a content fountain. He does say, like, if you followed him around with a camera, that would be hilarious.
He's just bought a DJI, so you'll see some content from him soon.
If he was himself, if he was able to be himself, holding a camera, talking you through.
He would get banned if he was to be himself.
God, it'd be hilarious.
He'd last a day, and he would be no more.
He's such a character, isn't
he? He's so funny. The stuff that we talk about off camera is just not okay sometimes.
Appropriate.
Yeah. Oh, terrible.
Been here for 2.5 hours, Ryan. Are you right?
Hey, I'm game. My wife's 8.5 months pregnant, so she's long asleep.
What are you going to do? You're going to have your 1 week paternity. Do you get any like government paternity?
No, I'm so just going to tell my customers that obviously this is what's going on. If you get a text from me saying I'm coming tomorrow and I don't turn up, probably what's going on. But she's self-employed as well, so she doesn't get any maternity pay. I'm going to be going straight back to work, but I very rarely work past 1 o'clock. I get on site at 8 wherever I'm working, and occasionally if I'm doing a slightly bigger job I'll finish later, but most days I finish 1, 2 o'clock. So
that's interesting.
Go out and do my jobs and then I'll be home.
I thought that was just me. I thought I had a shit work ethic because
I
don't turn the machine on till about 9 o'clock, and
I'll turn up and start at 8.
I'm usually back home by 3 o'clock most days, but then I'm doing admin till 6 o'clock, and then YouTube, and
I'll get up. Well, I'll get up at 5:30.
Yeah,
I'm on the
you still doing that?
6. Yeah. I leave mine normally at 7:45, so that I can be in my first job at 8, depending on where I'm going. If I'm a little bit further, I'll leave a little bit earlier. And then, yeah, 9 out of 10 times, I'm always home by 3 unless I'm doing a roof clean. Or the other day, I done a conservatory clean inside and out in the driveway that I filmed. And I think I was either enjoying myself or something, but I finished and it was 4 o'clock. Which I was shocked. I was like, fucking hell, what's going on here? I don't normally see this time of day from the outside.
Yeah.
But I managed to sand that as well. So that was conservatory inside and out, all the gutters, the driveway, and resanded.
God, that's impressive in one day.
Yeah.
One person in one day, that is impressive.
And I just sat on the driveway in the van, on the road in the van for like 45 minutes whilst it dried. Because it was super humid, so it didn't take very long.
Conservatories take way longer than people expect when you first start cleaning conservatories.
This is the biggest conservatory you've ever seen in your life as well. So big. It's like a rear extension. Instead of the extension, they've had a conservatory.
Right.
It's huge.
Can you offer any insight as to what you're charging for the interior clean?
So I charge a set price for conservatory clean. Charge $150 plus VAT for any outside, any size.
Really, that's a nice method, nice and easy.
And then if they want the inside done, write it on for $100. And I feel like it keeps me quite competitive.
£100 to clean the inside.
Only if they're having the outside done as well.
That's interesting. Is cleaning the inside difficult?
No, it's just time consuming. So I clean the inside traditional method on a set of step ladders. So you've got to go do one panel, then you slightly move you might be able to get 2 panels depending on the size of them, and move it over.
Are you like this?
And yeah. It's just awkward. It's not difficult. It's just awkward. And then 9 times out of 10, they haven't moved anything from inside the conservatory. So you've got to take some towels in and cover them up, or move as you're working. But they don't take, like, once you've done a few and you get into a rhythm of it, they don't take a huge amount of time.
I had a scare recently where I'd been communicating with the son, turned up to the job, and quoted £150 for a conservatory roof clean, for a conservatory full out exterior clean. And that was towards the higher end of what I charge. I very rarely get that high with my conservatory clean, so I thought I was quite expensive there. But it was quite a way out, and I thought it was justified. And I got there, and the little old lady answered the door, quite abrupt. She said, I haven't been able to move anything. Do you want me to move any of the furniture? I said, furniture? You mean like the pots, the outside pots? And, no, the sofa, and I'm not able to move the sofa. I said, we've not quoted to do the inside. We're only doing the outside. She said, my son said you'd be doing the inside. And so I'm thinking, like, I've just driven all this way, and I'm cutting it fine as it is with the amount of money we're making. I had Jakey with me as well. I was planning on being there all morning, like £150. It's not great for like a morning's work for 2 people. And luckily she rang the son, and he said, no, it was just the out. No, that was it. The son thought I'd quoted for the outside, but I said, like, if you go back through our messages, it says exterior conservatory clean.
That normally take you all morning to do an exterior conservatory.
No, it's because we'd probably driven about 45 minutes to get there. And then we'd probably spend a good 2 hours maybe doing the externals of the conservatory.
Both of you?
Yeah.
I never spend more than 45 minutes to an hour.
We're clearing out the gutters as well.
Yeah.
We're TFRing, rinsing. Probably, maybe not 2 hours. Yeah, mate. With 2 of us. Maybe I'm thinking of how it was with just me on my own, but yeah, maybe we're a bit quicker than that now. We don't do them very often, to be honest.
No, I think sometimes with certain jobs it does take a little bit of experience on them to get quick.
Yeah.
It's to know, where to start. And
it's mainly the rinsing that always pisses me off, because you clean one side, rinse it, clean the other side, and then you look around again and you've sprayed shit back over the top, and
you just want to get a little squeegee on an extendable pole.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the access on this one was
so much time.
The access on this one was extremely difficult. We had to get onto the one side. We had to literally climb through a bush.
Oh, really?
Take the ladder through a bush to get onto the one side. So
I've been there.
Yeah, it's difficult. I start working at 9 or 10 a.m. but finish when I finish. I used to leave the house at 6:30, 7 a.m. so it's a big change for me. If you've ever seen what Tesco charge for a conservatory clean, then your price is incredible. Teco. Who's Teco?
If you've ever seen what Teco charge for everything, your price is incredible. I don't know who Teco are, but I only got a clearing who's by me. His name's Gavin, and I was talking to him, or he commented on. We spoke about it on the podcast, and Dan done an inside and out for 140 quid, and Gavin's the same as me. He's got 150 exterior minimum, and I don't know if he mentioned what he does on the inside. But I've given quotes to people like that in the past, and I've been the cheapest. So I don't know if it's just because other companies don't want to do it and they quote high.
Yeah, and also I think a lot of the misconception with a conservatory is people think it's just like a window clean, but you've just got more windows. So why isn't it similar to someone coming and cleaning my windows? But there's so much more that goes into it than cleaning windows.
I've had people go, "Oh, can you just give my conservatory roof a wash whilst you're there? I'll give you another 20 quid." No.
Yeah.
It's a 150 quid job if you want it done, and I'm doing it properly where I'm cleaning all your UPVC. I said, I'm not just going to...
I get that a lot.
It's the conservatory clean. Gavin, is it the one that does the conservatory valets that Ashley McIntosh done a video on?
I saw that video.
Yeah, they charge like £1,000, but they like take it all apart. Like,
yeah, I'm not doing that.
Bits you can't see. Walking all over the roof, I might add.
Really?
Yeah, watch the video. You see them. They're walking on the roof. They're fucking dodgy.
Yeah, they do take longer than you expect. And yeah, I've had that a lot where someone says, "Can you just give that a quick blast?" And I always stop them and say, "I don't ever give anything a quick blast. I clean it properly." And so if you want it cleaned, then I'm going to charge you for it.
That's what you've got to do, though, because people take the piss, and they'll quite easily get you to do 3 or 4 more jobs whilst you're there, and before you know it, you could be there another 2 hours.
We had an annoying. Go on. Sorry. We had an annoying one recently where we had a path that went round the perimeter of the garden at the back, and I walked around. I said, "So you don't want your patio cleaning?" "No." "Do you want your steps doing?" "No." So literally just this perimeter path that goes around the bottom. "What about that bit, that concrete? Because the path, it's a concrete path. It goes down by the shed. Do you want the bit down by the shed doing?" Or "No, just the perimeter of the path." I was like, "Okay, fine." It's probably my minimum charge because it's such a small job, really. But it was like there's a bungalow. There was like a long garden, so we had to put the extensions on the hose just to get it down there. And so it probably took us like 40 minutes to do this path. Expecting to just get there, do it, pack up. And then she said, "Oh, can you do the side path down the side of the house?" I was like, "Okay, it's going to be like an extra 50 quid, whatever." And then she said, "Oh, could you do the steps actually?" I said, "Look, we're doing the path anyway. It's not going to take us much longer. So I'll just do the steps, whatever." And then at the end of the job, she said, "Oh, you're not doing that bit down at the bottom by the shed?" And I said, "When you walked me round, you said you didn't want it doing." I specifically remember asking, and she went, "Oh, I decided that I did want it doing, but I didn't tell you. I forgot." I said, "We're just packed up. We've pretty much just packed up the van." And she said, "Oh, could you do it? I'll pay. I don't mind paying you." And at this point, I was like, I don't care about the money. It's the time we've spent at this property that we weren't budgeting for.
Yeah.
And in the end, the hoses didn't reach. We had a 40-metre hose plus a 10-metre extension. It didn't reach down by the shed, so we had to take Jakey's machine and the buffer tank out the van. halfway down the garden, refill the buffer tank just to catch this bit on the end. And I was so fuming by the time I'd left. I didn't care how much I'd earned.
A few times. So what I do now is when people ask for more work, I say, I can't fit you in today, even if I can. Can't fit you in today, but I can come back and do it.
Yeah.
It will just be my minimum charge.
Yeah.
Which is 160 for me. And then they either go, oh, don't worry about it then. Or they say, yeah, brilliant. And then it's just like another day's work. It's another day's job to worry about.
Yeah.
You've not got to get all the stuff back out. I just say, oh no, I've got another job to go to. I can't.
Yeah.
Can't make it.
It really was the time aspect. Not even that. I don't think I even had another job after it, but it was like I wanted to get back home to start editing a video or to do something there was something I wanted to do, and it was impeding on my afternoon. I was getting fuming. I was so angry by the minute, and then they wouldn't stop talking to us. The lady was coming out talking to me. The chap was chatting to Jakey, which meant he had to stop what he was doing, and they were taking up so much of our time, and it was just making me so angry. And it's so difficult to keep your cool and be professional while everything's pissing you off.
Yeah,
because they were lovely. Don't get me wrong; they were lovely people. Yeah.
But it's always the lovely ones that want something for nothing.
True. Yeah,
it's never the arseholes. The arseholes come out and they're just arseholes. Do you know what I mean? And they just move on, and that is what it is. But it's always the nice ones. Oh, can you just do... Oh, my husband used to do that, and he died. Can you just give that a little? He used to go over it.
I've had that so often. My husband used to do that, but he's gone now. Yeah. So I've got no one else to do it for me.
Yeah, and it's like, this hasn't been cleaned in 12 years.
Yeah.
Don't tell me he used to clean it. Like I don't do this for a living. I know you've not cleaned this 9 foot high weeds, moss looking like slugs in between your block paving last year when he was alive. It didn't happen. Just ask me to clean it, and I'll probably say yes because I'm a mug. But don't give me the guilt trip. I can't deal with it.
Yeah. Would you, anyone looking to start an exterior cleaning business right now, would you tell them it's a good idea or a bad idea? Or would you point them in a different direction?
It's a good idea if you're willing to put in the effort. Like, you've got to make a plan with anything. And I think it really helps to specialize in something, because it allows you to focus on something to push. I find it really difficult to push all my services. Yeah. So I mainly focus on pressure washing. That's what I focus on.
Well, you're doing more than the average exterior cleaner because you've also got a carpet cleaning business.
Yeah, there are quite a few. There are quite a few of them that do the carpet.
So, you're doing carpets, roofs, patios, driveways, gutters, fascias, soffits, conservatories, gutter clearing,
artificial grass and render
as a one-man band, which I think's crazy.
And solar panels. If you want to include that as a separate.
Just to have all the equipment for you to be able to do that professionally is crazy to me, and then to be able to, and your window cleaning as well.
It's not a huge amount of equipment, because the window cleaning allows you to do the soffits and fascias, the render, the conservatories.
To do roof cleaning, you're telling me you didn't have to.
The roof cleaning, there's a couple more bits of equipment.
It's not a couple more bits. It's not.
Yeah,
it's so much money.
I had the poles already from the window cleaning.
Okay, fair enough.
So I didn't have to buy the pole. I just had to buy the conversion kit and the foot pedal. So it was I think it was like 500 quid or 400 quid. And then I was up and going. I bought my tower, but that was because I didn't want to be let down by the hire companies, because that would just ruin my day. And then the pressure washing allows you to do the roofs with a little bit added extra. The artificial grass cleaning was its own setup, but I used my gutter vacuum to hoover up the debris.
Yeah.
So I just had to buy the power broom. And then obviously, the gutters, you've got the vacuum already.
Yeah. It's just
not, it's not a huge amount.
It is.
A lot of it's
you can't compatible. I mean, when you add it up, you have the fact that you've had to get a warehouse just to house all the bloody stuff. Yeah. When you add it up, it might not. When you think about it now, it might not. But over the years, the amount of equipment you've probably accumulated, just in value, like monetary value on all that sort of stuff, must be insane.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm going to get 14.
You said you spent 70 grand on, didn't you, on starting your business?
Yeah. So it's 14 grand puts me about 70 grand worth of purchases.
Yeah.
Oh, it includes a van so as well. So
I think any business,
40 grand's worth of equipment, 30 grand's worth of vans.
like you say, you got to put the effort in, and I think part of that is actually enjoying what you're doing as well. If you don't enjoy what you're doing, you're just doing it to chase the money. I think that's the recipe for a lot of stress, and probably
I get off on building business. It wouldn't matter to me what I was doing. Like doing the cleaning is a short-term thing for me until I get into a position to take someone on to do it for me.
Yeah.
But building the business is what makes me tick.
I didn't know it was possible. I thought to have your own business, naively when I was in school, I thought, oh, you need to invent something, or you need to be super smart, or you need to be some sort of coder.
People think like that.
Because
a lot of people do.
I wasn't taught that you could have your own business.
No one was.
So when I did it and it started going well, I was like, bloody hell, I'm so lucky. Like I just love where I come from to where I am now. I just love the process because I just didn't know it was achievable before. And so yeah, if the exterior cleaning didn't work out, I'd just do something else. I'd just same formula, probably start a YouTube channel and just do something I love.
I think for me, like the YouTube channel was something that.
Can we just pause and just address that? Nice.
Stolen from my daughter, yeah. The YouTube channel for me wasn't something that was initially in my first business plan.
No, me.
It was something that when I first started, I was watching everyone else's YouTube, videos to how to do this, how to do that. I was watching videos that weren't about how to do stuff just to see if I could pick up a little tip or trick that they don't even necessarily say, oh, think about this. It's just something I've seen them do. I probably spent 1,000 hours watching stuff on YouTube.
Yeah.
And then I came across, probably would have been Sid and Ben, who were doing not so much these how-to videos, but more like the transformation style stuff. And I was like, I'll give that a go because why not? And I thought it'd be a lot easier. I thought you just put up a video and you get paid. Obviously, I wasn't expecting huge amounts of money at the beginning, but then I found out it wasn't like that. But because I'd already done it, I was like, well, now I have to do it.
Yeah.
Because for me, like YouTube is a business, and getting the subscribers and the watch hours is like building that business. So how are you going to go about it? So I done all the stuff that you would do with a business. I marketed those videos. I done paid ads on those videos. I created different videos to bring different audiences in.
Have you got an advert on your channel? Like what do they call them? Like an intro to your channel?
No.
You haven't done one?
No.
I keep meaning to do one, but I don't know how useful it's going to be. You know what I mean?
I guess it's got a place. But then we talk in a lot of our videos.
Yeah. Any video you click on, it's going to be a similar sort of thing.
Yeah. If you had a channel that was maybe just ASMR, it'd be handy to have an intro video for new subscribers and basically say,
yeah,
you found our channel. This is what we do.
I think I lied actually just when I said it wasn't part of the plan, because when I proposed this to Soph and said, I think I can purchase the equipment for this. I reckon I can make roughly this per job. I can do it around my normal 9 to 5. I think at that point I did say, and I can film content, like it lends itself to before and after pictures and videos and stuff.
You have a background in, you used to do streaming, right?
Not really. I've done the occasional video game stream, and I filmed a couple of like car shows and stuff like that for old YouTube channels, but nothing major, nothing that took off.
Right. So I think when you've had that, when you've been around that world,
yeah,
it's it's a little bit easier to piece together where that fits.
Mhm.
So what you've done with your channel, it works very well. It all clicks together, and it is kind of streamy. Like today, these live streams you do. You're the only person I know of that does that in this industry, and it works. But if everyone started doing it, which it's not for everyone. Lots of people, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
I might do like a 50K stream or something like that, but I'd be too worried that no one's going to come watch me, And I think that's probably the fear for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I guess eventually, like anyone new that starts now that's seen your channel, they might start doing it as well.
I was surprised. I think I had like 10 viewers, and then it went up to like 15, 20. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe people are actually watching this. I think I can't remember what the first live stream was, but I don't think I really had a plan.
I think you're quite good at talking to
myself.
The screen, yeah. You're not talking to yourself, are you? You're talking to people. But
yeah, it's difficult.
Not necessarily engaging, whereas now I think a lot of people engage, and it makes that job a lot easier.
What I'm conscious of... Sorry. I keep interrupting because there's a slight delay.
No, you're all good.
What I'm conscious of is spending too much time pausing to read the chat and then trying to think of a response. And like, there's a lot of dead time during the... If I've got lists of stuff that I want to talk about, I can just jabber on for ages. I can just talk to myself for ages. But if I've got to stop and read the chat, which I want to do because I want to get people's opinions, feedback, experience, all that sort of stuff, you can only really...
People love the engagement as well.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're here for. They want to ask questions and have them answered. And it's like when you see like someone who's got like 1 million subscribers, and like they do like a follower shout out at the end of their videos or something, didn't they? You seen that before? You think there's people like desperately trying to just be shouted out, and I think all of us, like a bit of human nature, we want to be recognised.
I had that.
Don't necessarily want to be in the spotlight.
I had that on Twitch. When I used to stream video games, there would be people that come in saying, "It's my brother's birthday. Can you shout him out?"
Yeah.
Or that's literally type in the chat, "Can you say my name on the stream?"
Yeah.
It's like,
really? They must get something from it.
And most of them are probably kids. There's probably people tuning in that are like,
love it, didn't they?
Yeah. But I do understand, because
I think in a world that's more and more difficult to stand out, people don't want to do stuff that they don't want to do.
Mm-hmm.
So like I speak to a lot of people who do some awesome pressure washing jobs, and I'm like, you should have filmed that.
Yeah.
No, it's not for me. It's not for me. I don't like being in front of the camera.
And you'll never convince them.
To grow up. Just film it and put it on YouTube. Like, what have you got to lose?
There's a couple.
Those same people will be the ones that they want to be. They want to be recognised. They don't want people to go, fucking hell, that's such a good job. Look at this. Look, this was him that done that. That was him. And then they go, oh, no, I don't like this.
Callum from Solar Secure, he used to spend a hell of a lot of time playing video games. Probably still does, to be fair. But he would spend hours playing Eve online, which is like a huge MMO, a space game. I was streaming at the time, and I'm like, why aren't you streaming? It's no extra effort. You've got a powerful computer. Just click live, and you don't even have to talk. You just do what you're doing. People will watch. You're missing a trick. And he's like, nah, it's not for me, really. And then he started doing it for a while. I know you just looked and smirked. What's he saying? Give me a shout
Mr.
out.
Blake, shout out. Shout out to Mr. Blake. I quite like shouting people out. Like if someone messages me on Instagram and they tell me something funny, I try and throw it in one of the podcasts.
Yeah.
Or if sometimes if they just message me and they're like, fucking love the podcast, watch it. Like random people, like people I went to school with. Sometimes do it.
Occasionally I would thank my members at the end of some of the YouTube videos and stuff. I don't know how valuable that is to people for me to acknowledge them in that way.
So some people will like it, some people won't care.
Well, I don't know if I'm not pissing people off by not doing it, but like, I don't know if people are expecting that. You know what I mean?
I think it's a tough one because the people that want that, if you don't do it for them but do it for someone else, they might get pissed off.
Yeah.
That they didn't get the same treatment.
Yeah.
But the people that don't care will always not care.
I've already got like, what's that thing where you don't think you should? Imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
I've already got major imposter syndrome. So if someone started saying, "Oh, you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't have a Discord. You shouldn't be able to give advice. You shouldn't," that would hit me quite hard. I think. So I'd be like, "Yeah, maybe I shouldn't."
We were talking about this. I got way more hateful comments when I was a smaller YouTube channel.
Really?
I'm not even a big YouTube channel now, but I get hardly any hate comments now.
What I realised is when you surpass a certain viewership, did you find in your bigger videos the comments are just wild, just negative, like overwhelmingly negative? No, I did. Maybe it's just me. Read the comments on my block paving cleaning video. The amount of people that couldn't get over the fact that I started a leaf blower at 6:30 in the morning. People are fuming in the comments.
I sometimes put something in on purpose
just to piss people off.
Yeah. And I still don't get a rise. Like I done the mental health charity job, and I swept up all the dry stuff before I started because I was a load of shit. And I didn't have my little brush with me. I just had my scoop and I just brushed it on with my hands. I had no gloves on. I've had a few comments, but they've been really nice. They're like, "Oh, the gardener in me really wants you to get a pair of gloves," or like, "Please, please, please wear gloves when you're working. You don't know what's on the ground." And I'm like,
I've seen Sid doing that.
Just tell me I'm a cunt. Just be horrible or something, please.
I've always thought whenever I've seen Sid do it, I thought the amount of money you're earning, why are you scooping with your hand into it like a dustpan and brush?
I still don't wear my mask on videos. I sometimes will put my mask on when I'm not filming. But as soon as I start filming, I think the mask just goes out the window.
Yeah.
I've stopped getting videos about comments about that as well now.
Really?
What's going on? Maybe I just scared everyone off. I did used to have arguments with people if they were horrible. I did have one the other day. He was an American fella, and I'd cleaned. It was like those horrible new build slabs.
Mm-hmm. Yellow ones.
It was like them, but they were elongated. They weren't square. So I've cleaned them. They've got like a bit of a wobble in them, so the water sits in. It kind of looks
riven.
Stained. Anyway, I'd done the end shots at the end, and it was still a little bit wet. And he's commented saying, "Do you not have proper pressure washers in the UK? I wouldn't have been happy with that finish. It's still all stained." So I've gone right back to him. "I don't know what video you've been watching, mate. That's a perfect finish where I come from. Well, what do you mean proper pressure washer?" And he's gone, "Well, in America, we have 3,000 to 4,000 PSI machines." I was like, "Mate, mine is 3,000 to 4,000 PSI. I was like, "The amount that you could do that job with 2,000 PSI.
Yeah.
It's not the pressure." And at that point, I was like, "You don't know what you're talking about, so I'm arguing with you."
Yeah.
I just stopped replying.
There's a lot of people that you'll get that comment.
It's the Americans, man.
It's hilarious how it's a very like obvious thing where everyone on the internet is an expert, but until you've seen that world where you've posted some content, it's got some views or some attention, and that's happened to you, where it's like all these people suddenly know exactly what they're talking about, and yet for a fact they do nothing for a living. They've never touched a pressure washer in their life.
Yeah. It used to be a lot worse when I'd done the roof cleaning videos. I used to get a lot of armchair warriors.
Well, you get all the health and safety people come out at that point, didn't you?
My dog's brother's uncle's sister's husband's a roofer, and he said, "Don't clean a roof." So,
I've had that on the... I've invited that because the one roof cleaning video that I've done is... I damaged this roof by pressure washing it or something. And so immediately everyone's jumped in saying, you should never...
Jumping down your throat.
You should never pressure wash a roof. So, okay.
I don't. I've had one issue where I've pressure washed the roof. And I've not done hundreds. I've probably done about 15 pressure wash roofs, and it was literally a hairline crack in the tile, and it just let some water in, and he got a bit of damp in the corner of the room. He put a dehumidifier on, and I replaced the tile for him. Issue gone.
All right.
And that was it. It's the only problem I've ever had.
Yeah.
And I tell customers that. But I say to them, if you have the pressure washing done, there is obviously a chance that
Water ingress.
Water can get in. Yeah, it's not impossible. It could happen. It doesn't happen very, very often. But
yeah,
there is obviously a chance. We can also do a scrape and biocide if you're concerned.
Yeah, then at least it's in their hands then. Do you get them to sign anything to say that you're not liable?
No, I probably will do now that I'm charging VAT, just because it'll be that little bit more expensive.
Yeah.
But I've got it in my terms and conditions on my website. So technically, by agreeing to the job, they agree to the terms and conditions. But I feel like if you got someone to sign something and they read it,
it's a bit scaremongering.
Yeah, it's sort of like, I know that I'm going to destroy their roof and there's nothing they can do about it because they've signed this bit of paper. But that's not the case at all. It's just to stop knobheads that think they can take you to the cleaners for a new roof.
Yeah.
But there should really be a law. If they've contacted you to have the roof cleaned and they've asked you to do it and you've put two options in front of them and I've told them that there's this risk associated with this clean that isn't associated with this clean, and they go with the risky one and then something happens, am I liable?
Mm-hmm.
If it went to court, would the judge look at that and go, well, he's told you that there's a risk of this problem, you've still gone ahead with it, the problem's occurred.
Well, as soon as it gets to that point, it's like you've already lost, because you've had to go to court and probably spend money on solicitors or whatever.
Likely, more than likely. But yeah, I don't know whether it would even hold up.
Yeah.
If they really wanted to get you.
Darren's just made a comment that I'm doing some research for a video that's coming up, and so I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
Would you ever delete comments or turn them off?
No, I never delete comments. No, I did remove about 80 videos from my channel.
80?
For a short while. Yeah, I've got about 200 videos on my channel now, I think. And I removed. Bear in mind, I was releasing a video a week, every week for 2 years, and then some weeks I was releasing 2 videos when I was busy in the summer. So yeah, it's quite a few. There might even be 300 videos on there. And I got rid of anything that had done less than 2,500 views.
What? Why would you do that?
Because in my head, I thought that the channel, like if they'd watched one of my new videos, they were then going to get that viewer was then going to get recommended one of my older videes, which I thought were naff.
That shows the journey, though. That's.
Yeah, I just thought because the new content I've done this year is quite different to the content I was filming before. It's a very different style. The journey you go on watching it is very different.
That's a shame.
I'll put them back on.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, because that shows where you've come from and the amount of time and effort you've put into editing all those videos and even just uploading them.
I didn't delete them. I just set them to private.
Yeah.
Just because I thought it's just my thought process was the channel's going to have an average, and these lower view videos. I've got some videos that have done less than 500 views. Like,
you're so concerned about the views.
No, but in comparison to, so the viewer sees the new style video, and from a viewer point of view, if they see a channel that's getting 10, 20,000 views a video, they'll go, this guy's obviously good. He's getting a lot of views, so I'll subscribe. Right? But then they see 20 or 30 videos come up on their suggested video feed or their homepage, and some of them have got 170 views.
And what do they think?
They're like, hang on, this guy's not who I thought he was. Let me unsubscribe.
No.
You don't think?
No, that's absolutely wrong. They see, oh, that was posted 2 years ago. Look how far he's come.
Maybe. Some of them.
And they'll click on your channel and see all your latest videos anyway. That's the first thing they see.
Yeah, I tried it. I put them back though. So got to try things. If you keep doing the same thing that you've always done, you'll get the same results you've always had.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think you should relax on the views though.
I like to switch stuff up.
I think just make the best content you can make and be happy with whatever comes.
Yeah, I'm a lot more relaxed this year than I was last year.
Mm.
Last year was like I was like a heroin addict.
I can see how if you were to treat YouTube as a business, that could be quite consuming, and you'd look at everything as everything needs improving.
The nice thing is I don't rely on the money from YouTube for anything.
Yeah,
it literally comes in, it goes into a savings account. And that's all I do with it. Sometimes I'll buy like a new camera or a new bit of kit for like a new tripod or whatever. But it just comes in and it goes. So it's not like I'm sitting there going, and I had 2 really good months last month and the month before. And then this month was half what the last month was. But I didn't release any new content. Now, I'm not nowhere near as bothered about that as I would have been last year.
Because you know the reason.
Yeah, exactly. But then I could have released 4 videos. So this month I'll have 3 videos come out. I don't think any of them are crazy good. So I'm not expecting anything crazy. So the videos coming out this month are just to keep my subscribers up to date with the videos.
That is totally contradictory to what you told me to do last time you were on the stream.
No. The content is good. The quality of the video is good. But it's not a playground video. It's not, it's not 100 years of dirt video. It's not like most insane videos, which is what I was focusing on. Is it something that you have still filmed and edited to a standard that you're happy with? Yeah. But it's not a crazy interesting one that you think is going to blow up. Exactly. Right. Exactly that. It's not something. So like, I feel like a playground video. As soon as someone sees the thumbnail for a playground video, they click on it because they know it's going to be something crazy. Mm-hmm. But a block paved driveway, although the second one I filmed was super mossy, and the first one I filmed had quite a lot of quite high weeds on it. So there's some elements to it that are good, and the transformation on both of them was awesome. It's still just a block paved driveway. It's not, it's not crazy sandstone patio. And, the colours are really bright. It's still just a block paved driveway, but it's still good transformation. Filming, I'm really happy with. I played around with some new angles. I've got the camera right down and next to the turbo nozzle for a couple of clips, which I haven't done before. So I've tried some new stuff. But more importantly, I've got this list of new stuff I want to try, and waiting for a paid job to come along at this time of year. It might not happen. Do you have a physical list of video ideas? Because this is something I've been playing around with. Okay, I've got that. And before I had that, I had what did I have it on? I had it on my Remarkable. I had like 3 pages of title ideas. Yeah. Videos, but then I've stopped making those videos. Yeah. I took your advice last time you were on, because I was doing what you just slightly alluded to in that I was just filming stuff just to keep my channel active when my heart really wasn't in it. It was just something for the viewers to watch, but it wasn't my best stuff. I was potentially not doing voiceovers. I was just sticking some music on it. It was lazy. Yeah. Now I'm just taking a bit more time to film stuff that I actually think is interesting, but it's limited me now, because now that I've done a tarmac ceiling job, I think, well, I've done that. Why would I do another one? So it's limited me I think your view on that's all wrong. Yeah, I know what you mean. They're cool. They're awesome, and the transformation's wicked. You shouldn't think about it's something I've done, because there might be a different challenge that comes up. Yeah. There might not be, but
I just don't want my viewers to think, oh, he's just uploading the same old shit every week.
I think I've done 3 videos now where I've just re-edited old videos.
Mm.
I re-edited a video that I only had about 1,000 subscribers when I released it, and it didn't do very well at all. And I put it on a Google advert to try and boost the views. So a lot of the views on it they're not even genuine views. They're just like, they've come in from Google ads.
Yeah.
They're genuine views, but
does that work?
People that want, yeah, but not for the type of content I was making.
Mm.
It works well if if you was promoting a product, like the Moshaw, if you put 100 quid on promoting it, you might get another 6,000 views. As long as you get your money back in commission, obviously, that's a good investment to make.
Yeah.
But when I'm just making, satisfying content, it's just money down the drain, really, because you're never going to make your ad revenue back in the views, in the cost it makes.
Yeah.
I've re-edited it. I put a clip at the end where I revisited that job 18 months on, just show its current condition, and it's done over 10,000 views, which is way better than it done first time round. But it's the same video, but I've re-edited it, so
yeah,
I've cut some of the clips down. It's a little bit shorter. So
Mills says saturation is high, and I think that is one of the things that doesn't affect YouTube personally. I think you could have.
I see what he's saying though. I do sometimes. Some of them they are quite.
I don't know. I think there's so many people watching YouTube that it doesn't matter how many people upload similar content. You're always going to get views if you've got good videos and you're uploading consistently. I think there's plenty of views out there and revenue to be earned.
So click-through rate isn't one of the factors in whether Google pushes that video to other users.
Can you explain that click-through rate?
So have you used the new thumbnail A/B testing feature?
No.
So now what you can do is you can upload 3 thumbnails.
Really?
And Google will push those 3 thumbnails out to an equal amount of people, and then the one that gets the best click-through will then become the thumbnail for that video.
Oh my god!
It's not based on click-through rate. It's based on whoever clicks on that video and then watches the video for the longest time. So the click-through rate isn't a factor.
It can't be clickbait then in that case.
That's what they don't want. So they want you to create thumbnails that then lead on to someone watching the video for the longest amount of time.
That's very clever.
And that's how they base search volume and suggested videos. Is that video being watched for so what you want to go for is view duration.
I made 3 thumbnails for the last video that I did.
And you've not used the A/B testing.
I didn't know it existed.
Oh man, it's so exciting. And you can see, if you go on the dashboard, you can see if you go onto your videos now, you'll be able to see, see it. You just go to the little
I'm just going to pull up the thumbnails because I made that one, and then I made one that looked very similar, which was me crumbling up some joint pointing, and then I made, this was the first one that I made, which was Jakey, and I've now changed it to this just to see if it's improved anything. But this one's not as clear as to what's going on. It's all a little bit. There's too many trees and too much. Yeah, you see the brooms and the hose in the background and stuff. It's not ideal. But if I'd have had that,
go to any of your videos, just go to edit it, and on the little thumbnail icon, the 3 dots, the bottom one, test and compare.
Oh, that's so good. Thanks for telling me. That's because I sometimes do. Like, say for the warehouse clean, I had this one, but I also took this one, and I took this one, and I take frames, I take shots throughout the video that I think would be like a cool thumbnail, but I've just got to sort of play around with them in Photoshop and just see which one looks best with the text next to it.
So you don't have to play around with it anymore. You can just upload all 3.
That's so useful. Thanks for letting me know.
And YouTube will do the testing for you. They do it over 14 days. But what I have found is I think it might affect the initial ramp up in views.
Yeah, I can imagine it would. Yeah, because if you're getting 30% of your audience that are watching, that are seeing one thumbnail that isn't particularly good.
Yeah. So I feel like it's a bit affected, but then at the same time, Jake uses it and he hasn't had that same result. But,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it's all about the quality of the video.
Exactly.
Like I've seen the most horrendous thumbnails, and they've videos with 500,000 views because the video is really good.
Yeah. I record about 70% of my jobs, as I don't see the point in recording the really small ones. Yeah, that's a fair point as well.
Sometimes the small ones do really well though.
Yeah. I really enjoyed the road to 50k videos. I like to follow on and see the journey.
I enjoyed making that, but it just wasn't getting any traction. And I'm not that I'm throwing shade here, but I'm 99% sure Sid saw one of those videos because he started making the road to 1 million very shortly after I stopped making mine.
£1,000 or viewers?
No, I was making
road to 50 grand.
Road to 50 grand.
Yeah, I remember that.
And it wasn't getting very many views. So this was the back end of last year, and I was just throwing content at YouTube, hoping something worked. And then I just said, I've got to stop. And that's when I started in January, and the new videos started doing well. I think it might have been February or March. Sid started the road to 1 million.
I saw that.
It was like almost word for word how I worded mine.
I saw that, and I did wonder. I thought that's weird timing. I wonder who copied who.
Yeah, it could just be a coincidence, but it was something that crossed my mind.
I'll be the thumbnail editor. Oh, Matt's got some amazing editing. By the way,
did you see the one he done a Dan on the Titanic?
Yeah,
hilarious.
Can I show you my latest masterpiece?
Yeah, let me get the live stream up. How do I? How do I make this live? Because I think it's been...
You might have to just refresh. I can just send it you on Discord if you like.
All right. Oh, very nice.
So
from the sausage movie.
Yeah.
Your sausage meetup.
Well, no one knows about it yet.
Don't they?
So I'm just announcing
an exclusive announcement.
Yeah, I'm announcing it now for YouTube Live members only. So we're organising I've just had another invoice from Meta to say they've sending me some more money. That's nice.
Beautiful.
Facebook.
It's like they're listening to you.
Exactly. Let's see how much it is this month.
Yeah. I never get invoices from Meta for money.
Oh, it's 87 pence. I think they've already paid me the big one this month.
Yeah, 87 pence is 87 pence.
It is. So we're organising a Smouts Sausage Fest, and it's going to be just like a breakfast meetup at PWS. There's going to be some discounts, pretty significant discounts by the sounds of it. And it's just going to be where we're all going to turn up, show off our rigs and equipment and setup, and just have a chat. Darren's going to get a sausage van or like a breakfast van. There's probably going to be coffee and all sorts. So it'll be on the 12th of October, Saturday morning, 10 o'clock, 12th of October. I'm making a Facebook group. I've made the group. I've just got to publish it. That's all. So anyone who's interested in the sort of Stafford area, it's about an hour from me, but PWS, October the 12th.
I would love to have made that.
Do you think this could turn into a good thumbnail, or do you think I should abandon it and start again?
I think if I wasn't trying so hard to be better, if I really didn't give a shit, you would see some wild thumbnails from me.
What do you mean?
Like I would just be doing like random shit. I don't know if I can like straddle my machine or something and just put that as the thumbnail.
Oh, something I was
turbo nozzle between my legs or something.
Yeah,
like
something I was going to mention earlier. You brought up a point about my content all just sort of clicks with each other. This was something I was avoiding for a long time. Is merging letting my customers know that actually I'm on YouTube as well, and I've got all these videos and TikTok and whatever. I wanted to keep my customers separate from my YouTube channel.
Yeah, I do that.
And now it's like, well, if I just do it all under the same umbrella, I've got nothing to hide. Like, I'm not being someone different in the videos compared to what I'm being in real life. So, and the other concern was all my friends on Facebook, friends from school, are going to now know that I've got a YouTube channel. And it's like, actually, this is who I am. I don't care. If they like it, they like it. If not, fine, whatever. And so
I haven't shared any of my new videos. Like, so the ones I have shared, they probably just think I'm a fucking idiot.
Well, I've just realised, like, this is me, and I think I've been scared of accepting who I am for a long time, because the thought of failure, or the thought of people not liking you, that's the big one. The thought of failure is starting something, not knowing whether it's going to work or not. And
a big thing.
If you live your life like that, you will never create anything.
No.
You'll be trapped behind this wall of imaginary perfection that all the stars have to align. Else you just can't do it. There's a great video by Forever Self-Employed, Justin at Forever Self-Employed, and he's got this thing about starting your business. Just do it. Just stop waiting for the right camera. Stop waiting for the right time of year. Stop waiting until you get your next piece of equipment before you start. Just do it right now. And
that's what I always say. I've got all the time in the world for advice, for a chat, for anyone who just does stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If you I had a guy contact me a little while ago, and he was like, "What machine should I get? What's this should I get?"
You've done no research.
And I'm like, yeah, you've not used Google once.
Yeah.
You've just come and asked me to build your business for you. I said to him, "Go away, buy the stuff, get your first customer, come back, we'll chat all day.
Mm-hmm.
I'll sit on live to you all night and we'll talk. But you've got to do something for yourself." And did he message me again?
No. No, it's same thing for a lot of customers. Actually, they'll get in touch saying, "Can you give me a rough price for this, or how much do you charge for this?" It's like, you haven't even given me your address. You haven't sent me any photos. You just like, you're not actually interested in getting the work done. You just want a quick price to see if you can afford it or not.
Yeah,
and you're messing me about.
Like they give you all the information, thinking it's going to be. They've got a preconceived notion of what it should be in their heads, based on no experience in life. And then you give them the price, and they're like, "Oh right, yeah, I need to talk to my partner." Yeah. That's my new favourite one at the moment.
Need to talk to the boss. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you could just tell me that it's more expensive than you thought, and just be honest about it.
I'm never ever going to be offended if someone's like, "It's a bit more than we wanted to spend." I say to people all the time, I get quotes for stuff, and I say to them, "Look, it's a little bit more than I wanted to spend. Let me go away and I'm going to have to think about it. I'm going to have a look at some other options."
Yeah. Or
I'll get back to you.
I've never had this done before, so I didn't know what to expect. More money than I thought it was going to be, so I'll probably just leave it for now.
Yeah. And then you appreciate when they follow you up. How's it going? Have you got anywhere with your searching?
Yeah.
And, actually, they might be a little bit more than I wanted to spend, but they're willing to go that extra mile to get my business.
Yeah.
So
it's crazy how many people will buy all the kit, spend life savings, and then ask others for how to run their business for them. No research on or pricing plan. Just every aspect is a question they want a link to. Yeah, because it's so easy now for just someone to click a link.
I find like people that put a question on Facebook, and then they've obviously got to wait for that post to be approved just to get their answer. And they could have just Googled it and got the answer up front.
The best one for me is when I take a photo of me doing a job with the product in the photo, and they comment saying, "What did you use on this?" It's like, I've literally tagged the business where you can buy the product, and they're in the photo. How much easier can I make it for you?
Do you do a lot of do you get a lot of do these brands they send you stuff to use, or is it all stuff you've bought and used and you're happy to
most of the time I'm purchasing stuff and they might throw me a free, like Smart Seal. I bought 3 barrels. I've got quite a good relationship with Nigel now, and he just said, any future purchases, just let me know, and we'll try and sort you out a little bit. So there's no affiliateship, there's no sponsorship. Right. They're not asking me for anything, but he'll chuck an extra barrel of tarmac sealer in, which is 120 quid. You know, really? And so that's I'm very grateful of that. He's been so helpful with his advice. He'll just say, when you get to that next job, just give me a ring. And on the morning, he'll be like, or the night before, he'll be like, have you still got that job tomorrow? He's remembering my schedule. I've mentioned it once.
High functioning entrepreneur, that guy sounds like.
He's just he's on it. Yeah, he's just absolutely on the ball, and he's so thoughtful. He must have so much going on in his own life, and yet he's making time to make sure I'm prepared for this job coming up. And then he's offering me advice, and he's chucking me free bits here and there. Now Nexus, the people that make Titan compound.
Yeah. I've been meaning to give them a go, actually.
The chap contacted me on TikTok after he'd seen one of my repointing videos and said, do you want to try out Nexus Titan? I said, yeah, that sounds great. I went, all right, let us know when you've got a job, and we'll send you some stuff. I didn't know what he meant by that. I just thought, he might want a sponsorship or something, some sort of deal where I'll make a video. And so anyway, I texted him and said, I've got a job coming up. I'm probably going to need like 5 or 6 tubs. He said, well, just to be safe, we'll send you 7. And he did. And he didn't ask for a video. He didn't ask for anything. He sent me 7 tubs of Nexus Titan, which were about 80 quid each, for nothing. Didn't expect anything from me. And then
lifetime value must be great from someone like you, though, if it's a good product. So
I don't know.
Send you 7, and then you go on and buy that every time you do a job.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know what sort of value I offer really, other than something like this where I can say I thoroughly recommend a product. I don't know how many people.
Yeah, but it's lifetime value, isn't it? So even if you didn't recommend it to anyone, over the next 20 years of your career, how many tubs do you reckon you'll buy?
Yeah.
At the cost of 7 barrels from them, cost, they've bagged you for life potentially. It's going to be a worthwhile investment. The
bit that really surprised me was the next job I had coming up, where I needed a few more tubs of a different colour. I messaged him and said, look, I've got no local suppliers. I can't find anywhere online to actually buy this stuff. Can you point me in the right direction? He said, we're actually struggling for stock at the moment because it's been so popular over the summer with all these videos that people are doing. I'm sure I can find 8 tubs for you. And he did. He sent them out within 2 days. Another 8 tubs. I said, can you send me an invoice? And he said, well, I can't because we sell to suppliers. And if I sell to you, I'm competing with our suppliers. You know what I mean? So he said, I can't sell them to you. So on this occasion, we'll just send. I'm so thankful. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And how many views had that video got?
Not a lot.
TikTok that he contacted you from.
Oh, I don't know.
Is it fairly large?
I don't know. Let's have a look. That particular one would have been. It must have been way back, actually. Oh, that was it. He contacted me from an earlier video, and I missed the message. I didn't see it for ages. I can't even find which one he would have looked at, to be honest. No, I don't know. That's weird. And then people like Gutter Vacuum Systems or Pure Seal or whatever, like... I've got a video coming up where I'm sort of talking about all this. And none of it's fake. Like, I'm not endorsing or promoting stuff because I'm making money from it. I'm doing it because I've had an experience with a company or a supplier and it's been a good one. And I recommend their products or their service. I'll never take a sponsorship if it's something I don't want to speak too soon, to be honest, actually. But like, if it's something that's not related to my customers, to my audience, or if it's something actually I wouldn't recommend. I had a bit of a. No, I'm not. I'm not going to discuss that actually, because.
Tell me about it privately.
Yeah.
Because now I want to. Now I really want to know.
I just think it's good to be you. As soon as you start pretending. Do you think people change? This is something else I'm doing a bit of research for. Do you think, I
don't think people change. I think the needs of people change. So I don't think you would change as a person, but if down the line you find that this niche that you're in on YouTube isn't, where you want it to be, and then someone comes along and offers you a decent amount of money to promote a product that maybe you wouldn't use or isn't quite related, you might take that money because we've all got bills to pay. Mm-hmm. It's not harming anyone. It's an advert. You're going to tell them it's an advert, but you'll still do it. So it doesn't mean you've changed as a person, but just your priorities have changed. I think that's a normal thing. But people do change, obviously.
I was thinking about something earlier today. Do you know anyone in your life where they've shown a specific personality trait, and after 5, 6, 10 years, whatever, they've done a U-turn and sort of changed as a person?
A few people. I'd probably more describe that as growing up, though.
Right.
Not as an adult.
Yeah, I'm more specifically talking about adults. Like, no. if someone is a terrible business person or bad with their money or whatever, have you seen them being able to flip that? Or they've got bad habits, have you seen them come out of that? Or they don't enjoy exercise and they eat poorly, have you seen anyone fully flip that on its head?
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's a weird conversation, but have you?
Yeah, I had a pretty bad habit, which I won't go too deep into right now because it's, not for now. But I'm completely teetotal now. Don't drink, don't smoke, nothing.
I don't know if this conversation is for this, like the YouTube stuff. No. This stuff. I don't know if any of this is for this.
No, I'm quite open about it, and if someone messages me and wants to talk about it, I'm cool. But when I'm talking, I don't like mentioning it on the podcast, and it's just I don't really want that. I don't want that to be part of the reason people watch what I do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't want anyone to ever look at that and go, "Oh, he's using that for views."
Yeah.
Because that's not me anymore. I don't. That's not who I am.
100%.
And it was before I was in this life anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say that's something I've done that's drastically changed in my life with no sort of external help. That's something that I chose to do.
Maybe I'm cynical.
Why you think people don't change?
Yeah. I think businesses can change because it's
all about willpower, I think. I think it'd be very easy for me to fall back into that life I was in. If I don't feel like I want to, but it would be easy for me to fall back into it.
I think sometimes people think they're fine and they're not. When people blame external circumstances, or this is the world, so I've got to deal with it, or this is just the way it is. I don't know if they've got the self-awareness to change in that situation, but
I think a lot of the time that's quite situation specific. So there's obviously a reason those people feel like they need to be negative and the world owes them something, and and they go, this is the way it is. Just, you're in control of your own, without trying to sound too woo-woo, you're in control of your own destiny. But it's how you decide to approach that Like if you're sitting there and you've given up and you're going, oh, it's just this is just how it is. I'm always going to be on this council estate of, I might as well just go on the dole because that's just my family are like that, and then you will that you will be like that. But you have to. Like, no one can tell you to be more go-getty.
What about a shit customer? Will a shit customer always be a shit customer?
No, I don't think so. Something will happen to it. It's like people. I liken it to the people like when you're in your early 20s and you all had that mate who fucking would just kick off any opportunity because he was like the biggest and the hardest, and then he got lumped by someone bigger than him, and he's not so loud anymore. He might get loud to a smaller guy, and then he might get lumped another time, and then he stops going out.
I don't know. Is that a cliche though, or have you experienced that?
I've experienced that lots of times. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. My best mate used to be fucking he'd just kick off with anyone. I watched him get beat up a few times. He loved it though. He enjoyed it.
Yeah.
But then he stopped doing it.
Because I always think,
no one enjoys getting beaten up, do they?
Well, when people say if someone's bullying you, just punch them, they'll never do it again. It's like, is that real?
No, I don't agree with that. Now that I've got kids, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Especially in this day and age, because you just don't know what people are capable of.
Yeah, things are horrible these days.
The general premise of the action is true. Like, everyone's loud until they meet someone louder.
Yeah.
And like everyone's ego is massive until they meet someone with a bigger ego.
Yeah.
And that's human nature as well. Like we're intimidated by the loudest or the biggest or the strongest. That goes back to when we were cavemen.
Mm-hmm.
That was the leader of the village, the chief. And the hunter-gatherers were bigger. The hunters were bigger and the gatherers were smaller.
I don't know if I was ever a caveman.
We've all got a little bit of caveman in us, haven't we?
I don't know. Have you seen my hair?
I mean, we fuck around with dirt all day, so we're probably as close as it gets.
I'm too fragile to have been a descendant of a caveman.
Yeah, could have been a gatherer. Could have been a gatherer.
100% people change. I've seen it. Yeah, I used to be really nice. Now I hate everyone. Bennett Flawless promotes Cress constantly on his videos. What actual Cress?
No, the tool brand, the electric tools. They provide all the tools for his videos, trimmers, hedge cutters,
okay,
drills, saws, everything.
Hello, Wayne. Goodbye, Pima.
I think it's easy to say that, though. We don't know what kind of deal he gets from Cress. They might have just given him the products one time, and he's just a good guy.
Yeah.
And he's like, you guys have looked after me when I was a little bit of a smaller channel, so now I'm bigger. He doesn't ever do an advert for him, so I don't doubt he's getting.
It's like good to vacuum systems. Like they don't need to pay me a penny. I will recommend them.
Yeah.
For as long as I've always had good service from them. Always had great customer service.
I'm the same with Spinner Clean. I've never got anything from them, but their customer service has always been second to none with me.
Didn't you do a little bit more actual advert for them?
Yeah, for free.
That was a free advert.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
I thought, he's got a sponsor. That's sick.
Yeah, well, we were meant to go down and interview them, but they had something came up because we were going to get 3 of their directors on the podcast at the same time, and to do that, obviously, they've all got to be in the same place. But they're all traveling so much that it was really difficult. So we had a date booked in, and then something happened and one of them wasn't going to make it, so we had to postpone it. So I think it will still happen at some point, but I'm not sure when. But the idea was we were going to do the advert for them, which was going to give us some information on intent to buy from the podcast. So but the way it worked out was we got a discount for the internal range, which not many people are looking to sort of invest into, I don't think.
Oh, not if you're an exterior cleaning company.
No, exactly. So I don't know if it haven't followed up with them yet, but we wanted to wait and see if there was any, sales off the back of that. I think one person told me they used the code, so
That's cool.
I've got at least one. But all the other adverts have been paid. It was just them. But I was happy to do that because they've always looked after. They've called me out of hours to sort out my equipment.
Yeah.
They've had my equipment back, sent it back free of charge, fixed. They've always really looked after me.
That's what I hope people see. I'm again with the whole what's that word? Imposter syndrome thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is that I hope people, when they see me doing adverts for stuff or sponsored segments or whatever, I hope people still can come to the channel and know that I'm being honest with stuff, because that's the main thing for me, is to give, whether my advice is right or wrong, I want to make sure people know it's coming from the right place. Like
based on your experiences as well.
Yeah.
It's much easier to promote things you've used or had experience with.
Yeah.
Whether you're being paid or not doesn't really matter because you've had that experience. I think it's very different. So when we done the advert for Holy, the energy powdered drinks with no sugar, they didn't want us to say it as a paid advertisement.
That's illegal, isn't
it? It wasn't. No, they were happy for us to say but they just didn't want us to word it that way.
Oh, I see.
So that it didn't come across as us just being paid to say these things. They wanted us to try it on camera and then say genuine reactions.
You've got to tick the box to say.
Yeah, which is exactly what we done. We tried it on camera, genuine reaction. It was actually really good, but it made it a little bit difficult for us. I had to cut out some bits because I didn't see the draft until after we'd made the video, and it kind of made it feel a little bit immoral for me.
A little bit scummy, a little bit like that wasn't
real. Even though it was a genuine reaction and it was good stuff, the fact that they didn't want me to say, that this is like a paid advertisement, but they didn't want us to say sponsor. I think that's what it was. Or something like that.
I think that's quite common. In some of the sponsor stuff that I've done, there are stipulations to say, you can't discuss this. You can't say how much you're being paid. You can't say this.
Yeah, I get that. But then I think, as a podcast, we don't make any money. We do this for fun. So when we say you're sponsoring the episode, it's that you're covering our costs involved in making that episode in return for whatever you want, whatever that might be. Us trying your product on camera or a 30-second ad or whatever that might be. I don't think that's a negative thing at all. But because she didn't want us to do it, it made me feel a little bit like I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah.
And then they've contacted us to do a short for them. And I've just been like, I don't really want to do it now.
Well, maybe you could say exactly what you just told me and say it to her over a phone call, maybe.
But they've not emailed me back for a little while, so I don't know what's going on. But I'm not. It's the same. It's the same with the podcast. We don't, it'll be a long time before we make our money back on the podcast with what we've spent on it. So I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I only charged them £50, so I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
Here's a fun question if you've got time.
Yeah.
Genuine game changer for you. Because this, David's just said, you can tell whether people are being honest with their wording. If they use best in the game instead of very good, then I'm always thinking it's a paid ad. I see the phrase game changer so often in this industry since I started pressure washing that it's annoying now that everything is a game changer. And the
only thing I think I've ever described as a game changer was the X-Jet.
Okay, that's fair.
I've never had any money from selling products, and if we do an advert, we get paid up front. I don't do the commission stuff because I feel like when we're doing the commission style stuff, it's us selling their product for them, and that's not what you've asked me to do. You've asked me to do an advert. You should pay me for that.
I,
Then
I,
any sales you get off the back of that, which good ad spend on your, on your end.
I've just
I
switched.
don't want commission. Yeah, I don't want commission.
One of my sponsors, I've just switched from commission to.
Yeah, I think it's a better, because you don't want to be putting all this effort in and not get the sales first and foremost.
Yeah.
And if you put all the effort in and do get the sales, well, you've only done that effort once. You've recorded the video and edited it. We'll just get paid for that, and everyone's happy.
Yeah.
If it works well for them, they'll come back and do it again.
Yeah.
And it'll be a repeat thing. But if it's a commission-based thing, you can only earn as long as that product's popular, or once your pool of people that you promote to have bought it. And if it's not something that can be bought more than once, that's just my view on it. But the X-Jet is a game changer. No affiliate, no commission. If you haven't got one, it would change the way that you clean driveways. I think one of the best tools you can invest in.
I think I'm going to make some merch at some point with the words "game changer" on it, or some spin on it. Maybe "game changer" with a line through it or something. I don't know, something like that.
Me and Dan are having some t-shirts made. You going to the expo next year?
Yeah.
So we want to make some t-shirts for the expo. It's going to be limited edition. There's only going to be 10 of each or something, 20 of each made. And we have got possibly the best word. I'm not going to tell you now.
Oh, come on! There's only 43 people watching.
You have to wait for the expo to find out.
Oh man,
it is quality. It's so good. You're waiting to see it. Be awesome.
Should we wrap this up? We've been going for almost 4 hours. What are we doing?
Yes. I've actually got quite a busy day.
Do you know, tomorrow is my first day off where I don't have any childcare responsibilities in over 4 years.
Really?
Mm.
That's a very good news. What are you going to do with your day?
I'm going to go swimming in the morning. I'm going to try and make that a regular thing. And then I'm going to try not to do any work, because I know, left to my own devices, I will just sit in front of the computer, start editing videos or taking quotes, or
I can't do that. I tried today. So I went out. I was meant to have the day off, but I had to go sort out that drain for the customer next door.
Mm-hmm.
That was meant to be a 5-minute job. Dan called me. He's like, "Are you in Lee?" I was like, "Yeah, I am," as it goes. So I run around the corner for me and give me a hand putting these. He had to get rid of a 2-seater and a 1-seater sofa, but he needed me to give him a hand getting him out the house and in his van. I was like, brilliant. Then I decided to go down the unit because I'm building a new soft wash setup. So I was like fiddling about with some bits from there. And before I knew it, was 12 o'clock. Then I come home, took my daughter to school. It was her first day today. Come home, she's done 1 till 3 for 2 weeks. So come home at 1:20.
Oh, that's easing her in, isn't it? 1 till 3 for 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, really.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's a good job you're self-employed, isn't it?
Yeah, and she's only down the road as well, so it's handy. Well, it coincides with Zoe being pregnant anyway, so
yeah,
even if she worked for someone, she'd be on maternity now.
Maya did 2 taster days and then 1 half day, and now she's in full time now.
Yeah, I think I've heard a few of them doing that. But yeah, she's 1 till 3 for 2 weeks, and then on the last day of those 2 weeks, she goes in at like lunchtime.
Yeah,
and she does like a whole half day, and then from the Monday it's it's full time. But then I played some PlayStation for like an hour. Then we had to go pick her up.
Yeah,
and that was my day off. Hour of PlayStation.
Turn your phone off. Yeah, it's not as easy as that. I mean, I'd love to turn my phone off. Because the days that I've had where I've like left my phone at home, or it's run out of battery halfway through the day or something, it's been great. The urge,
but then do you get the panic? Sets in.
The urge to pull my phone out of my pocket. It died halfway through the day today. I was in the sandwich shop with Jakey, and I reached in my pocket to pull my phone out, and it was in the van on charge. I was like, "What am I doing? God, I'm addicted, aren't I? I'm literally addicted to my phone."
It's the world we live in, especially as business owners. It revolves around your phone.
Yeah.
I think you wouldn't have a business without your phone.
Before I let you go,
Yeah.
anything you want to talk about briefly? Anything you want to plug? Anything you got going on your YouTube? Should I pull it up?
Not at the moment, man. Just check out the old poddy. I've got Alistair from Dunce Power Cleaning coming down in a couple of weeks
On the Uncleanables podcast.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's been on a couple of podcasts. That should be a good chat. We've really have you watched any of the more recent podcasts? We've really switched up the sort of layout.
I don't watch anything to do with pressure washing on YouTube. Is that bad?
I don't know. Depends.
I figure that I do enough of it.
You feel like you're missing out?
I don't know. Probably missing out on some information that I could talk about on stream, maybe. But I've watched a couple of Sid's videos.
I generally don't watch the other channels so much, but I'll grab some of your stream or some of your videos because they're not so much about the clean, and generally you're talking about what's going on. I sometimes watch Squeaky Clean Dave's ones for the same reason. Sometimes he throws in a good little
nugget of information.
Yeah. I like to keep on top of stuff. I like to be social.
As it is for me, I'm pressure washing most days, and then I'm on Instagram uploading stuff and stories, and then I'm uploading my own stuff on, watching my own content over and over again, editing it. The last thing I want to do is go and spend my evening watching pressure washing on YouTube. I don't know. But we've got the
a nice set of headphones to stick the old podcast on whilst you're working.
That's what I do. Yeah. Maybe not.
What it's for.
Are you on Spotify?
Yeah, Spotify.
Oh, I didn't know that.
All of them.
I did not know that. I'm going to start listening on Spotify because I didn't know that.
Bro, all of them.
Oh, mate.
And the more recent ones, we've really switched up the style of the podcast. It's less about answering overall question, more about general business and cleaning. Just it's more fun. It's more fun.
I used to watch, and I got a lot from those episodes that I did watch. So I've just not been watching.
There's still some good nuggets in there.
I've just not been watching any pressure washing content recently. But
last couple of episodes, I've thrown in some good bits near the end. And today's one, there was another good bit, and let us know what you think. If anyone does watch it, please reach out and tell me if you enjoyed it, what you didn't enjoy, what you did enjoy.
Well, we've got Kirbside,
all that stuff.
Kirbside Cleaning on YouTube, and then we've got Uncleanables podcast. I always struggle to spell. I spelled it wrong.
Yeah, I think you should come up.
Cleanables.
I think you're close enough.
There it is.
Unreasonable podcast. I'm have to shoot them down.
And then, so you're on Spotify as well, and you're all over Instagram and Facebook.
All the listening platforms. It's on YouTube. I don't know if anyone uses YouTube playlist or YouTube podcast, or there is a YouTube version. It's on there. Google got rid of their cast platform, so you can't use that one if you use that one. But yeah, Spotify, Apple Music.
You've got some
Apple Podcasts.
You got some listeners in the chat. There you go.
Yeah, there's a few guys on here I talk to.
Right.
Followed on Amazon. There we go. Amazon is on Amazon. I listen to the podcast when I'm driving.
That's a good feeling.
Good to know. It doesn't send you to sleep, which is nice.
That's a nice feeling, isn't it? When you know that people are taking time. They're not just sat at home bored, watching my videos, but they're going out their way to find you on Spotify.
Yeah, I really like it. I really like it, and it's nice to have. I think it's nice to have something that's not as serious. You're not learning about, the best method. We're not talking about, what would you price it? Well, I think we did actually today ask a question about what would someone price a certain job, but it's in industry, but it's casual.
Yeah.
And I think that's nice, especially whilst you're working. Like, you wouldn't want to listen to pressure washing video whilst you're working,
No.
but it's still, it's still there. There's business stuff that's not necessarily completely about cleaning. It's just about business in general. Tips that you can throw onto all aspects of your business, like, getting a booking system, Mr. Spout, and, other good stuff.
I'm surprised that didn't come up tonight, but
It came up in the podcast, I think.
about me?
Yeah. Sure, I'm sure it was in the podcast.
On the latest one?
Even the most recent one, or maybe one before.
Okay, I'll have to have a listen. See what
I'm
you're saying.
sure I mentioned it.
See what sort of shit you're talking about me when I'm not there.
It was either on the podcast or in your
week.
chat.
That was last week.
I remember.
Right, I'm gonna go to bed. It's 4 hours.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you so much for joining me, mate. And
It's been a pleasure as always. I really enjoyed myself.
I'm surprised you hung in for 4 hours. Normally,
I've enjoyed myself because my bedtime's 9:30. So
people normally have enough of me by now. But I think we should make this a regular thing because we've always got stuff to talk about. I prepared nothing for tonight, and we've been going for 4 hours. I think it's great.
Oh, that's what two professionals do. Baby, two absolute professionals. Let's make it a monthly thing, yeah?
Yeah, I'm down. Whenever you're free, mate, just let me know.
Will do. Nice one.
Thank you,
Au
mate.
revoir.
See you in a bit.
Bye-bye. Bye.
That was nice, wasn't it, guys? How about that then? He's a absolute wealth of knowledge, that guy is. Oh, look at this big boyo. I'm excited to use that. Thank you all for watching. Can't believe there's still people here. Awesome. I'm going to play a little advert and then I'm going to leave you to it. Really appreciate you all being here. I still think this is crazy, so thank you. We need squeaky clean Dave chat. Yeah. Well, hopefully he'll be back on soon. I haven't seen him around for a while, but... Right, see you guys. Love you. Now, these videos take a lot of time and effort to film and edit on top of trying to run a successful pressure washing business. If you find any of the information in my videos useful, then I'd like for you to consider becoming a paid member of the channel. Circle members and above will get access to my private Discord for members only, where you can pretty much get a hold of me 24 hours a day for inspiration, technical help, marketing advice, or just a general chat. I post pictures and videos that you won't see on any of my other socials. You'll be the first to hear about giveaways, special offers and announcements, and it's just generally a nice place full of like-minded people who are all heading towards similar goals. We've got various different experience levels. We've got a few professionals in the chat as well. If you want to push your business, in my opinion, this is the place to be. We also have two other membership tiers. One is just to show a bit of support for the channel, and the other one is for boosted members, which will not only give you access to the private Discord, but also loads of high quality promotional images for you to start your business. I know what it's like when you're ready to get going, but you don't have any before and after pictures to put on your leaflets. At the moment, there's about 150 images that you can use for pretty much whatever you like, and my intention is to constantly update these over the next few years with all of my before and afters that have helped promote my business. Last thing before I let you go, new videos come out every Monday night at 5:30, and then I go live at 7:30 to chat to you guys and answer as many questions as possible. We do live quotes for real customers and just generally keep up to date with everything going on in the pressure washing world. Thanks for watching, back to the video.